Emerging from St. Peter's Basilica, Robert Prevost becomes the first American pope in history.
I had enough money to buy a beautiful Cessna Citation jet. Cash, like cash.
Hey, that's a good idea. Welcome, welcome, one and all, to the Crooks Crusaders family. You know, I used to be a common criminal, rotting in my Pokemon prison cell. But one day, I took a Berserk gene test, and it turns out I've got major Mazda blood. And that makes me the only wielder worthy of the legendary Cash Bringer. With my sacred superpowers, I can smite dark types.
By the holy light.
I can cleanse even the most grievous status effects. Come up on stage, child. What the world robbed you of, I will give back to you. Be healed! I've even mastered the miracle of converting fresh water into lemonade. Hey, you might be able to do that one too. Now, you've heard of the fairy plate. You've heard of the legend plate. But in this house, our sacred relic of choice is the collection plate. We beseech you, sow your miracle seeds in-game and reap the rewards in the post-game. You're all invited to the Crooks Crusaders family. Help us spread our light brand of love and inclusion all across Unova. Not interested? Well, not only will you burn in hell forever, but our Crusaders will send you there for free. So what are you waiting for? Open your hearts and wallets wide and join Crooks Crusaders today. Don't worry, you can trust Father Krookodile. After all, greed is good.
Seems legit to me. It's 8 a.m. Do you know where your salvation is? Well, it's probably the Pokemon that have a chat emote. It's kind of obvious. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Black and White 2 in-game tier list, although you're not quite on camera yet, so don't worry. Alright, as always, we have some very exciting technical stuff to sort through before we actually start. Thank you for joining, everyone. So, I put all of the Pokemon in this list, but for some reason, the order is not correct, even though it was correct when I uploaded it. I don't know why, so let's go ahead and fix that. And in the meantime, familiarize ourselves with all the Pokemon in the game. There's really not that many. I thought there would be more. There's only 136 evolutions that we actually have to rank. And like 10 of those we don't really talk about because it's just to say that they're not in the game. You know it's a cheese video because I said there's only 136. So let me know if I'm too quiet, let me know if the music is too loud. For some reason, Oshawott is next to the Eeveelutions, I don't know why. Okay, the giant chasm Pokemon all got moved to the top for some reason. They should be roughly in availability order. That makes it a lot easier to talk about them. So that's the order I put them in, and then it just went to hell. So It'll also remind us of where these Pokemon are. I reviewed this all, yesterday to get ready. But, I'm a bit too quiet. Does anybody else think I'm too quiet? I did check my audio level, so I'm looking at myself. I think I'm okay. Am I too quiet? It's fine to you? Okay. I could be 10 to 15% louder. Okay, it seems like almost everyone can hear me. I'll move the mic a little bit closer. Who is Bartray supposed to be? Isn't it obvious? S-rank axe user. Can somebody tell this noob who Bartray is supposed to be? I bet any real Fire Emblem fan could tell you. Moves away from the mic to breathe. I actually moved closer. It is Haxorus, yes. Haxorus is the, he has the Brave Axe rank with dual chop. Okay, what is Bronzor is... Bronzor should be over there. That's Throw, Sock, Haxorus. This is not Haxorus, sorry, Dredagon. Bufalon, I think, is actually before Dredagon. Golett should be at the bottom, and I think this thing, Dino, is actually the last Pokemon you can catch. It's like Victory Road, so that should actually be last. And then Cobalion, Terrakion, and Virizion, they're actually not last. You get them like in the late game, but they're all on different routes. Is that a Concord character for Dredagon? What are you talking about? This is just what Dredagon looks like, right? I mean, it is a Concord character because they put Dredagon in Concord, if that's what you mean. But I'm pretty sure this is just vanilla Dredagon. If somebody doesn't see vanilla Dredagon here, then maybe like reload your browser or something. Because I think Dredagon has always looked like this. A $2 microtransaction from Blue Crimson 217. Thank you for the donation to our congregation.
Thank you for your generous contribution to Crook's Crusaders. Remember, everyone, miracle seeds sown in-game will be harvested in the post-game. Plant your miracle seeds now.
And they ask, does Miraxus live? Well, you will face Miraxus on this list. They are here, but as for their placement, I can't really say it's going to be good. Is Skarmory in this game? Yes. Skarmory should be right here. Looking forward to see the Unova Pokemon suffer from the evil levels against normal Pokemon. What a disgusting casual. Just what I would expect from our Aqua. You're not even from Unova, bro. How about you go back to Hoenn? So, the Unova Pokemon in their own game are actually fine. So, for example, Mienfoo evolves at like level 52, but you catch it at like level 47. So it's actually fine. The issue is that when you put it in another game and then you catch it at level 15, then it's absolutely not fine. But Unova levels are actually totally okay in Unova. And in fact, Braviary, you don't have to evolve at all. Oh! Kyurem, Reshiram, and Zekrom are actually not in the game. Like, they're in the game, but you can't use them for the actual champion battle. So there is going to be an unknown dungeon tier that's also going to include Leafeon and Umbreon. So I think they are on here, but you can't actually use them. No, Leafeon and Glaceon are the ones you can't use. So let's see. Next should be Patrat and Purloin, not Mareep and Growlithe. Where are Patrat and Purloin? Here's Purloin. What happened to Patrat? $10 to 15% louder would be perfect on who? Me or the music? 5th row. It's like a scavenger hunt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, thank you. Here's Patrat. And then this is... Then we're going to be at Flakessi Ranch, which means that this is actually fine except for Growlithe. Growlithe should be here at Verbank. Okay, I think this is almost working. Yes, Swaddle and Sunkern should be higher. They should be in Flakessi Ranch as well. Here they are. They got moved down here together. Lillipup and Pidove. Here's Lillipup. And where's Pidove? And then I think we're good to go? Here's Pidove. Okay, I think that's everything. $5 microtransaction from Blue Crimson 217, who says, all jokes aside, I can't wait for the level 20-ish Shaking Grass Braviary ranking. Unfazant in Shambles? Is there one in Shaking Grass? I'm talking about the event one. Or the static overworld one. Okay, I think this is all of them. So let's see. Snivy, Tepig, Oshawott. What the hell is this thing? Normal type. Purloin. Lillipup, Pidove, Swaddle, Sunkern, Mareep, Psyduck, Azurill. This is Riolu, Audino, Dunsparce, Venipede, Coughing, Growlithe, Magnemite, Magby, Elekid, Rattata, Zubat, Grimer, Swoobatline, Roggenrola, Onix, Timber, Krookodile, Excadrill, Skitty, Lopunny, Cottony, Lillipedal, Munna, Eeveelutions. These two should go down, but we can do that later. Because these are actually not usable. Darmanitan. Basculin should actually probably go to when we can get Surf. And we get Surf right before Mistralin Cave. So this should probably go next to Haxorus. It should go over here. Okay, so let's see. We're currently in... This is Darmanitan, Trubbish. This is Desert Route. Darmanitan, Trubbish, Chinchino, Braviary, Mandibuzz. These are static overworld encounters. Sandshrew, Dwebble, Scrafty, Maractus, Sigilyph, Trapinch. Then we're in Relic Castle, I think. Relic Castle is Yamask. Then Gothitelle, whatever this thing is, the psychic type, and Solaces. These are right outside of Nimbasa City, like the electric area. So it's Emolga. Then you can get these garbage monkeys. Roselia, Combee, Dual Bugs. I think Floatzel or Buizel is actually on land. So you actually don't need Surf. So I think it's okay here. Then we're in Driftvale, where you get the Plasma Zorua. So Ducklet should actually be before this, because Ducklet's on the bridge. Oh, Buizel is Surf. So then we'll put Buizel with the other Surf Pokemon. Maybe we should put the surf Pokemon before Chargestone Cave. These are those trade bugs. So now we're on the route leading up to Chargestone Cave. We got this deer, this stupid mushroom thing, cast form, Baltoy. Baltoy and Ulgamoth are Relic Passage. You get Relic Passage right after Pokemon World Tournament. So this is actually fine. Then we're in Chargestone Cave. So here's Surf, and Mistralon Cave. Would you go to Mistralon Cave before Chargestone Cave? Probably, right? Because then we can do Chargestone Cave and then what's right after. Whatever's right after that, which is all the Skyla stuff, right? So let's just move the Surf stuff in front of Chargestone Cave. So Chargestone Cave starts with Clink. So it should go like this. Basculin. Aaron. Sorry, these water types all look the same to me, man. Like, they're all just the same. Okay, and then Chargestone Cave. Then Blitzel is the first one that's out of Chargestone Cave. Zangoose, Viper, Cubchoo. Elgium and Litwick means we're in the tower. Scorpy, Skarmory, Nummel. This is all leading up to Twist Mountain. This is the haunted house. Okay, I think the rest of this is correct. This is all like the late game C stuff. Yeah, I think everything else is in the correct order. And then all this stuff is like Giant Chasm. Giant Chasm, Victory Road, and then we just need to put Cobalion, Terrakion, and Virizion where they go, because they're not at the very end. They're a little bit earlier. The Swords of Justice are after Skyla. Are they all after Skyla? They're at, like, slightly different times, right? Seal can technically be earlier because you can peek into Seaside Cave before... You don't have to go past the dude with the rug and rollers, right? The first one is this dude, the blue one, Cobalion. Are Burt and Early really that late? Yes, they used to be really early. You used to find them right outside of the normal type gym. That was in Black and White 1. And then they changed it, so now they're super late. Which makes them a lot worse. So Cobalion should be after Skyla, which puts them here. And Terrakion and Virizion should be after Marlin, which puts them here. Ish. Before Giant Chasm. Cobalion is with Solrock, so Cobalion goes here, and then Virizion is here right before Giant Chasm. Cobalion is with Solrock. Okay, Cobalion here. Virizion is with Gligar. And then Terrakion is with Corsola. There we go, okay. Would you rather use Solrock or Terrakion? What a difficult question. Okay, I think that's everything. Everything should be in the correct ratio. Okay. Everything should be in the correct ratio except the list itself, right? So let's go ahead and make the list bigger. I think this is okay, right? We're almost ready. It's going to be less setup than normal. Is this it? Is this it? This is it. How's that? Hey, look at that. And then if I go there... Okay, that's pretty good, right? Whee! The arrows are cut off. It's gonna drive some people crazy, right? Let's do this. There we go. $5 microtransaction from Tsundere Cactus. I didn't know that Maractus was a tsundere. We've come full circle, like the shape of the region. Ever since the very first The Live tiering, new jokes to run into the ground, same cheese. Oh yeah, if you go to the original Black and White 1 Premium, it was the very first premium live stream, you can look at the top comment. Although I think it's the only top comment because I think it's only the top comment because I pinned it there. Okay, so everything is here roughly in availability order, and the only ones that are literally unusable are these three, the cover legendaries, and Kyurem. You actually don't get to use them. And Leafeon and Glaceon you also can't use because they're post-game, so we're gonna put them in the... Oh, and the fossils, right? So there's a couple Unova Pokemon that are actually not in here, so I just didn't even add them. But maybe we should add them so that people aren't confused. So I think like the Unova Pokemon you would expect to be able to use but can't are the fossils? The fossils aren't here. The fossils are not here. Timpole for some reason is not here. And the stupid snowflake thing is not here. Isn't Muna post-game? Is Muna post-game? I thought it was in the Dream Yard. Oh, whoops. Well, we're gonna mention Muna anyway, because then we get to talk about how in Black and White 1 they say, "Money! I'm so happy to see you." Because that line is very fun, and very flavorful. $5 microtransactions from Prodigy X1276? It might be Prodigy XI276. It's one of those. It actually might be neither of those. Well, thank you for the microtransaction.
Thank you for your generous contribution to Crooks Crusaders. Remember, everyone, miracle seeds sown in-game will be harvested in the post-game. Plant your miracle seeds now.
And they say, the Black and White 2 tier list was my first time watching you. Glad I found a gem. Power gem, good move? Why would you lie to me? You have a volcano badge. That means you've been here for over a year. And yet, the Black and White 2 tier list, this very tier list, is the first one you're watching? Don't lie to us, okay? We don't take kindly to dishonesty here in our fake mega church run by a dark type, okay? Alright, so Muna, and then... So Muna, Stunfisk. Krookodile, the fossils, and Timple. Those are the Unovans you can't use at all, right? So I actually need to grab those. The genies too? Oh yeah, Durant and Heatmore also aren't there. I guess we should grab them all. To Bulbapedia. So I'm gonna put them all in a folder, and then we'll add them. I remember this when you said, $5 Magnezone from Blue Crimson 217 says, I remember when you said this list would never happen, X and Y tier list eventually. I don't think I ever said it would never happen. I just said it would happen eventually. Here's eventual. You don't think this PC can run the 3DS emulator? What do you mean? Let's see, Durant, and I want to go to side game data. There we go. Okay, I got Durant, now I need Heatmore. I spelled Heatmore wrong. There's no E. I got it. Okay, Durant, Heatmore. Can we use a photo of Kevin Durant for Durant? I don't know who that is. Oh, he's like a basketball player, right? Probably not, because it's not going to be in the right format. And then... Timple. The Timple Podcast. Krookodile. It's extra weird because you actually fight Krookodile, you just can't actually get them. Krookodile, and then... the fossils, and then the genies, and I think that's everything. Who are the fossils? It's like the, Jack Black's title or something. Whoever the pirate was in Pirates of the Caribbean, he's the something of Tortuga. Oh yeah, Jack Sparrow's his name, not Jack Black. Whoops. Spiro isn't in this game. The Jester of Tortuga, that's it. How can I know that he's the Jester of Tortuga, but not that his name isn't Jack Black? Tortuga, there we go. And then Archeops. Pretty unfortunate we can't get Archeops. Oh, Archeops, I should use their first form, which is not Archeops, it's Arken. $5 like transaction from Ralph Bees 1411, who says, Braviary / Mandibuzz at a reasonable Unova level? Finally! They can Pokemon Go to the movies in time. Hashtag Pokestar Studios. Well, I'm just saying I wouldn't take Mandibuzz to the movies. got Arkin. I think that's all of them. Alright, so these are the ones I have. Oh no, I need the genies too. So the genies are... I know Landorus, so I'll start with Tornadus. I have to like type all of these in and grab an icon from Pokemon Shuffle for them, so that's why it's taking a little bit. Tornadus. And I guess Victini, but Victini is like event, right? So you wouldn't really expect to use it anyway. Oh, I spelled Thunderous right. It's Thundur, not Der. Alright, Thunderous. Okay. And then Landorus. Okay, I think that's all of them. It's very weird that you can't get some of these. I looked up Durant's Bulbapedia page or something. It turns out Japanese name is Ayanto. Or Iant. At least the AI steel types are unemployed in this game. Oh. I guess that doesn't work on me because I can actually read that it's Iant, not AI ant. But I guess if you don't read the Japanese text, then it does look like AI ant. Okay, here we go. Choose files. Do we survive until the rankings start? Well, you're gonna have to... It's probably gonna be like an hour till we actually rank, because you have to talk about the criteria and stuff. But I don't think this is gonna be 2 streams. Now, where did I put them? They should be all here. And they should all show up in the same place. I put them all in black and white 2 images. Here we go. Aragon, they're all at the end. Okay. Perfect. So we should maybe just start with them in the unknown dungeon. We'll sort that out when we make the tiers, which we'll do pretty soon. Hammer of Subtlety, very subtle, with a $5 microtransaction saying, water types were not added because the decks expanded. They were imported by trainers trying to stop the big 3 Excadrill, Darmanitan, and Krookodile. I actually was planning on making a special big 3 tier. 2 of your inclusions are indeed there. One of them is not. One of them I think is different. You'll never guess which ones I think are the 3 best in the game. I may have given them special portraits. Well, I guess Darmanitan I also gave a special portrait. But no, I think we're gonna have a holy Triforce, except they all have the Triforce of power. Because I think there's 3 Pokemon that sort of just break the rules. We're gonna talk about this later when we're actually recording. But I think there's 3 that sort of break the rules of having to actually maybe use the setup turn, maybe sometimes get hit. But no, there's 3 Pokemon that are just like, I win. You can't do anything. Obviously, one of them is me. So maybe let's make the Sacred Realm. We can change the names later. S-A... I feel like A should be... Or S is this. A should be green probably, right? There we go. And then B can be yellow? think we actually do have enough water types that we can make an SEA C tier. Because, like, there's so many that I'm just like, it's a water type. I don't know what you want me to say. Zerl, Vaporeon. Actually, Vaporeon might be higher, because you actually don't get a lot of water types for a while. Freaking Pampor, Frillish, Buizel. This is, like, C tier the Pokemon. Lapras, Mantike, Remoraid, Wailmer, Spheal. What do you want me to say about this? This is water type. It's probably fine. Okay, and then we need the regular C tier, which we can make... Let's go ahead and make this S, like, purple, right? Now this is epic. S, A, B, C. Then we can make this, like, orangish, right? And then this is D, so it's getting kind of bad here. Okay, these colors are just the same. Light gray. And then we need Unova's finest under this. The excommunication zone. Really dark gray? Yeah, that's pretty sad. And at the very bottom, just unknown dungeon, like straight up cannot be used. As in they're not in the game. Unknown dungeon. I know that's not how you spell unknown, okay? Black and white? Okay, I think this is enough. Len with a beta whooper sprite PFP and 50 Pokedollars. I hope that's not culturally insensitive to whichever currency that is, but it really looks like Pokedollars. Superior will be an S. I've got bad news for you. I've got very bad news for you. Okay, so I think this is okay. Will Ganondorf invade the Sacred Realm? I was planning to talk about that, so I'm pretty sure, and it has been a while since I played Ocarina of Time, but it was that Ganondorf saved the people of the realm, and then he walked right into the Sacred Realm, and then took control of Hyrule, and ushered in a new age of prosperity. Like, I think that's what happened. It's been a while. And he even said thank you to Link for helping him, right? He was really nice. He's like, you did good, kid. You didn't have to thank him. What a nice guy. Okay, I think that's everything. So let's see. Quick rundown of what we plan to do. So, Sacred Realm, there's going to be a Triforce, except it's literally just they all have the Triforce of power. It's, I think, the 3 best Pokemon in the game. One of them is obviously me, Krookodile. One of them is Excadrill. I really don't think that's a spoiler, because obviously the 2 best are Krookodile and Excadrill, right? Nobody would contest that. The third one, I guess we'll get there, but he definitely also has the Triforce of Power. And he has the Brave Axe rank, we'll say that. $10 macro transaction from a Smash Hero 75.
Oh, the Crooks Crusaders have not only been touched by the light, but by your generosity. Remember that miracle seed sown in-game will bear fruit in the post-game. And my friend, I have a feeling you're gonna have your very own berry farm.
Thank you for the macro transaction. Jerk Fund. Actually a Fire Moth bribe. High A, low S maybe. Well, thank you for the donation, but for those placements, I don't think you had to actually pay me. So there's the spoiler. But Ulgamoth does have very bad moves. If it had better moves, it might even be able to enter the Sacred Realm. $9.99 macro transaction from Volt Tackle 23. So we know that behind the keyboard, it's definitely not Electivire because they can't use Volt Tackle. $9.99 macro deck. They say, love your work, take some money for the many hours of entertainment you've given me. Thank you. However, $99.
One of the keys to Apple is Apple's an incredibly collaborative company.
I mean, you've really put a big investment in our country. We appreciate it very much, Tim Apple.
Applejack's 30% of your donation. Wake up, Mareeple!
We've got to have money.
Collaborated. No, thank you for the macro transaction, but if you donate from an Apple device, specifically the YouTube app on an iPhone, Apple will Applejack 30% of your donation. So you still pay $10, but Apple sees fit to take 3 of those dollars. Why? Because they can, apparently. Just really disgusting. They did finally get sued for it, so I think they will eventually lose the ability to do that, but I think they've still taken 3 of your dollars. So if possible, please just don't donate from whatever the Apple app is. I do appreciate it. This is mostly just to decry Apple's practices. It's just I don't know how they get away with it. I'm saying this as myself, a criminal megachurch pastor. It's just, how do they do this? Because they can. But I think they did get sued for it. This also applies to Patreon. If you sign up through the Patreon app, and I don't really know why you would, but it was so strange. We got an email, like, from Patreon that said, in order to offset the Apple tax, what they do is they automatically increase the sign-up cost if you're on the Apple app. So if you're on the app, then you pay 30% more, so that in the end the creator gets more. I just don't know why they get to do that. This mega transaction from Physices, sent from Nintendo PC, so none of it was jacked. Such devotion to our congregation brings a tear to my eye.
To all Crooks Crusaders, we've been blessed. Never forget this noble financial sacrifice made by your fellow acolyte. Almost reminds me of my own miraculous redemption arc.
Boss, there's just too many of them.
Well, looks like it's curtains for us, boys. It's been an honor.
Light, grant me one final blessing. Give me the strength to cash in these bonds. Hey, boss, isn't that golden glow a good guy thing? By the holy light. Burn! It's a miracle! The cash bringer! By the holy light. Earn! $50 mega transaction from Physicils, and they just said Applejack. Sent from my Nintendo PC. Thank you for the mega transaction. Finally, we can equip the cash bringer. Unironically, I think that cash bringer video, or that cash bringer graphic that I made, it might actually be better than the most recent World of Warcraft cinematic. I never thought that'd be something I was able to say. I mean, we've used Warcraft cinematics in our graphics because they look really good. Like this one. This is a World of Warcraft cinematic. These characters that you definitely know by now, even if you've never actually played World of Warcraft.
I trust you.
Trusted. But they made a new cinematic, and it's just, man, it's really disappointing. Like, it's not even fun to make fun of it. It's just like, what happened, bro? Like, I can't believe we need to hire mercenary criminals to defend the Sunwell now. Oh. It's bad. What is not bad is this 50-hit pin missile from Eeveelutions. So thank you, Eeveelutions, for the 50-hit pin missile, funding even more mercenaries to defend the Sunwell. The Sunwell shall not fall, guys. There is one part of the cinematic we can use, because they're, just a very quick explanation. So, the Sunwell is like this elvish place, and it is being defended by some elves. However, in the cinematic, some of the elves, they're not doing so well defending. So, we actually have new cinematic footage of this character.
Your magic shall not save you.
The Spellbreaker, taking big damage and like wincing in pain. So we have finally like a graphic for like triumph of magic being everything. It's just so lame. So you have a whole race of incredibly magically inclined peoples, right? The elves. And then what do they do in the cinematic? They slash things with swords. This is not a single spell. And then the big bad villain, you know what they do? They give you headaches. It's really boring. It's like, oh no, they're coming to consume the world, and then how is it reflected in what's happening to the characters in the cinematic? Ah! Actually, are they at least magic swords? Nope. At the very end, there's one magic attack from a sword. That's it. It's horrible. Alright, that's enough crying over the state of World of Warcraft. For now. We'll probably do it again at some point today, but... In about how many hours does this tier list start? Just for asking that, I'm actually not gonna continue for a couple more seconds. I will turn this tier list around, okay? Are we there yet? Well, thanks to you, we're further away. I don't really feel like it. I'm too tired. Refreshed. $5 microtransaction from Flameburger V2T, who says, are there retro Pokemon communities? I was at Pokemon Club at a local hobby shop, and it was all kids. Where's the Poke-Boomers? I want to do Fun Fest missions. I'm not sure where they are. I went to, when I did a study abroad in Ekritik City, of course in real life it's called Kyoto, but it's Ekritik City. I went to a Pokemon club. It was at the college, so they were all college students. At the time, I was also a college student, so I was 20. And then there were a decent amount of students, and they did have some battles. I fought one guy. His trainer name was and he just used 6 Dedenne, so I beat him. And then another guy destroyed me with Garchomp because the ban list is different in Japan, as in there's no ban list. So everybody just had Pokemon that I didn't have because they're banned in America. So I just got destroyed. And then another guy, yes, people already know what's happening because they typed it in the chat. Another guy came up to me and then in his best English said, Latias is my waifu. So I never went back to the club. So if there are Pokemon communities, maybe I don't actually want to be a part of them. On a note that is vaguely related to the tier list, somewhat, because we are a fake megachurch. I think we'll mention this at some point during the recording as well, so remind me, but I was in Stormwind City the other day, which is a WoW thing, and then a guy whispered me, asking if I wanted to hear the good news. And like, I assumed this was like some role-playing thing, right? Because MMORPG, the RP actually stands for roleplay. So I was like, yeah, sure, what are you talking about? I was guessing this was going to be some roleplay thing about paladins, because like, paladins and priests can like resurrect and heal people, right? But no, he actually then sent me a whole like copy-pasted text about like the miracles and teachings of Jesus Christ. Like, I think he was actually a Christian recruiter. And I responded to him like, oh, well, how much plus holy damage does Jesus have? And he was not happy. And then he put me on ignore.
I will bring honor to my father and my kingdom.
He never answered my question. How much plus holy damage does Jesus have? If he doesn't have enough, I'm not interested. I can't really think of a worse place to recruit for a Christian denomination than a recreation of a 25-year-old MMORPG. Who do you think is playing this? Like, wayward members of the Christian flock? Or kids from our atheism? Alright, I think we've spited the impatient enough. Alright, so I think these tiers are fine. And I don't think we need any more, so Sacred Realm, it's gonna be the 3 best in the game. S, we're gonna say, are like really, really good. The only reason not to use them would be because you think that it would make the game too easy. A, very strong, but like a minor flaw maybe that keeps them out of the the tippy top. B, I think we're gonna say is like perfectly average. Use them if you like them. Can contribute, probably requires some support, but not an unreasonable amount. SEAC tier, like, it's a water type, I don't have anything else to say. Teach it Surf, teach it Scald, it's probably fine. C tier, we'll say, is below average, so not recommended, but also not hopeless. D, I'm gonna say, is very much not recommended. We might also just say, like, D for defensive, because I think this is where we would put a lot of Pokemon that are actually quite useful, like, very legit, but they're way too slow. So, like, I would put Ferrothorn here, for example. Like, I'm not calling Ferrothorn bad, right? That's insane. But for what we're trying to do, it is very bad. So D is like defensive and also just like hopeless offense. So like Audino I would put here. Probably. Audino actually I might put in C. Only because of the very, very early return. Otherwise I would put Audino in D. And then Unova's finest. Like, joke Pokemon. Pokemon that you use because they're bad. Audino is great, yeah, on the enemy team. It gives you a lot of experience when you kill it. I think it's also difficult to be a defender in this game because enemies are actually very strong. So just sitting there does even less than usual. Because in other games, you can sit there and eventually win. And in this game, you will probably sit there and eventually die. Yes, I will stall out this Conkeldurr. No, you won't. You're gonna die. Yeah, I'll stall out Conkeldurr. I'll stall out Chandelure. I'll stall out Haxorus. No, you can't. It's not gonna happen. $5 microtransaction from Blue Crimson 217 who says, Audino A tier for all the work it does getting beat up. Unfortunately, being a punching bag does not get you credit, I don't think. It can work for some dark types since Foul Play uses the enemy's attack stat. It especially doesn't work for dark types. Because the last part of this game, it takes place in a strip mall where every single store is just a McDojo. There are so many fighting types in this game. If you're a defensive dark type, like, it's over. You're gonna get pummeled. So Umbreon I actually think is Unova's finest. Like, it actually cannot do anything. It's just gonna get punched. Like, actually useless. So this game has a ton of flying types, has a ton of fighting types, has a ton of dark types. So if you match up poorly against those, you're bad. I think that's everything. Is there really that much fighting type and dark type coverage? Like, play the last third of this game. Like, half the trainers are black belts and battle girls. I don't know where they got their belts from. They just hand them out to anyone who asks. They're everywhere. Like, every trainer in Victory Road is either like an ace trainer or like a black belt. There's so many. Let's go ahead and put everything in Unknown Dungeon that actually goes there. So, Unknown Dungeon. Cover legendaries, don't get to use them at all. Leafeon and Glaceon are... You get Eevee, but you don't get Leafeon and Glaceon. And then the others that you can't use, I think we just put them at the bottom, right? So Durant, Heatmore, Fossils, Cryogonal, Timpole Podcast, and these guys. What's next to Golett? Isn't it obvious? It's Druddigon. Guys, if you've never played this game before, if you don't know what the Pokemon are, alright? Please don't waste our time asking obvious questions, okay? This is a very serious tier list for very serious Pokemon trainers, okay? Druddigon. Does anybody not recognize Druddigon? Like, that's the bare minimum, okay? You gotta know what the Pokemon are. There we go, okay. Oh, you gotta... What's next to go? Oh, sorry, you have a gray name. So, hopefully it's clear that I was joking. This is a Concord character. But it looks like Druddigon, so I put them in. Okay, and I think these are the only Unova Pokemon that you can't get. Obviously, there's a lot of Pokemon in the franchise that are not here, but you wouldn't expect to be able to use them anyway, so we didn't put them in Unknown Dungeon. Oh, Munna as well. Yeah, Munna. We are actually gonna leave Munna here. So Munna is actually not usable, but we're leaving it here on purpose because then we get to say, Money, I'm so happy to see you, which was a line from Black and White 1. What, Bianca's Munna got kidnapped, and then when she gets it back, she nicknamed it Money, and then she just says, Money, I'm so happy to see you. So we'll leave it in for that. But no actual review of Munna, you can't use it. Is this just for Black and White, or are we including Black and White too? Nobody reads anything. Nobody reads anything. What does the title of the stream say? Oh, you have a gray name, so I should clarify, I'm joking here. I'm actually not upset, but... Read the name of the... Read the name of the stream! How many times do I have to answer the most basic of questions? This is why we can never start for hours. It's endless. It's truly endless.
Did I ever tell you what the definition of insanity is?
We've decided to keep you here for another 50 cycles. With endless options for renew, with endless options for renew, with endless options for renew.
Hope is an illusion!
Even if it takes forever! Forever!
Madness will consume you! Oh my goodness, this is awful!
It's endless. Anyway, thanks for joining. This is a Black and White 2 only. Is this an Iron Man? Is this Hector hard mode? Alright, I think we're ready. Okay, so before we officially start recording, what do we actually need to talk about, right? So we start with our intro. We need to talk about what the tiers themselves represent, which we've already defined, so we don't have to review that again. But we also need to talk about sort of like the quirks of Black and White 2, right? So those quirks would include, are you ranking for hard mode or just the regular game? Can you give me 3 seconds? So we're going to be ranking the hard mode. So we need to talk about how you access the hard mode, which is basically like a Nintendo PC, right? It's so convoluted. I don't even know how to describe it in a way that makes sense. So just cheat and turn it on in the emulator menu. Like, that's it. I think to actually do it vanilla, you need to beat black on normal, and then you get like a meta item. It's a key, but it's like a key in your menu, not in your bag. And then you send the key to another game, which gives them hard mode. So you send it to white too. And then I think they can send it back to you, but you can only have one save file. So you would have to like delete your game, and then they send you the key, and then you can play on hard mode, right? Is that correct? So let's see, just so that I know this is how it works. So you beat the game on black, then I get hard mode, but I can't play hard mode because I already beat the game. So then I send the key to white. They can now just play white on hard mode if they haven't done anything. If I want to play black on hard mode, I have to delete my game, the one that originally unlocked hard mode, and then the game I sent hard mode to can then send me back the key, and then I can play hard mode on black. Is that correct? No. Because white 2 cannot send the challenge key. Okay. So what I'd have to do to play challenge mode on black. So let me see. If I want to play challenge mode on white, it should be pretty easy, right? So I finish black once on normal mode. I've now unlocked challenge mode, but I can't play it because I already beat the game. So I can send the key. Okay. So let's map this out. I want to play challenge mode on Pokemon Black. How do I do this? So I beat the game. I beat Black on normal difficulty. This now gives me the challenge key. However, I've already beaten the game. So if I delete my save file to play challenge mode on Black, that doesn't work, because deleting the save file also deletes the challenge key. So what you have to do is send the challenge key to a different game. If you send it to Pokemon White, they can then play challenge mode, but Pokemon White cannot send the challenge key. So if I want to play challenge mode on Black, I actually need 2 copies of Pokemon Black. So I beat normal mode on 1 copy of Pokemon Black, then I send the challenge key to a fresh copy of Pokemon Black, and then the fresh copy of Pokemon Black can then play Pokemon Black challenge mode. That's it, right? Yeah, okay, I think I finally got it. I think we're just gonna say you should just cheat. What? Ever heard of a menu option that says hard mode? How about that? Okay, so we have to talk about the hard mode. First of all, how to unlock it. And then the quirks with the hard mode. So hard mode is harder for sure, but it's not really harder in the ways you expect. So enemy levels are higher, but their stats don't actually increase. Level does factor into the damage calculation, so they will deal more damage to you and you will deal less damage to them, but not based on stats, based strictly on level. This, in a way, makes the game a little bit easier because of the extreme bonus you get for fighting higher level enemies. So you will actually be stronger than you would be in normal because you'll be a higher level, you'll evolve earlier than you would normally, you'll get your better moves earlier. That being said, the game is still overall harder because the enemies have more Pokemon and they have better moves and items. So it is still more difficult, but it's difficult in the way that like Kingdom Hearts critical mode is difficult, where both you and the enemy are stronger, which I think is more interesting. I still don't understand why they didn't increase enemy stats though. They should have just done that. They just need that extra Game Freak spice of why did you do this? So it is harder, just not more difficult than you would expect. And I think when we do the actual recording, that's all we have to say. So we will be ranking on challenge mode. So things to say about Black and White 2. The EXP, I don't want to call it rubber banding. Maybe it is rubber banding because it catches you up when you're underleveled and it keeps you in line when you're overleveled. So I think rubber banding is correct. Because like rubber bands like snap back, right? And it encourages you to use a full team. Because it's very easy to catch up, but it's very difficult to get ahead and completely run away with the game. However, there's 3 Pokemon that can just do it anyway. So that's why they get to be in the sacred realm. And the music is over because we, music is over before we even ranked a single Pokemon, of course. But there aren't really that many other quirks about Black and White 2 that we have to talk about, right? Just that the Pokedex is pretty diverse. Wild Pokemon levels are actually quite high. So one of the reasons why I, myself at least, usually don't swap Pokemon in and out is because the wild Pokemon you catch are total scrubs. It's pretty much impossible to actually get them fighting fit. But in Black and White 2, wild Pokemon are at almost the same level as the trainers, so you can just catch them. Just slap them on your team, they're pretty much ready to go. They'll pick up EVs eventually. You have infinite use TMs, so you can just give them a TM. We should maybe mention that Return is really early. Return you get, I think, immediately after Gym 1, basically. So that really helps the normal types, because all of them can access Stab Return super, super early. That being said, none of them will be in S. Spoilers. And I think that's everything that we'd have to mention, right? And then we can just start the ranking. Not even Lillipup? No. I think Lillipup's really overrated. $5 microtransaction from Blue Crimson 217 who says, and deleting the option for hard mode in the future, of course. Can't be Game Freak without removing the seed of a good idea. Welcome to Game Freak. Not even Lopunny? I think Lopunny is in Unova's finest. I think it's actually that bad. And we're not going to rank Grottos, we're not going to rank Dream Radar. Other things we need to confirm. I think Stone Eeveelutions you can get from Dust Clouds, right? So Stone Evos are actually pretty easy to get. Other things I need to mention. I think that's it. So when do I have special things? This is like a meta thing. It's not actually relevant to in-game placements, but one was, so I'm asking you guys to remind me when I get to these Pokemon. So one is for Magnezone. One is for Magnezone. One is for Zorua. Here's Magnezone. Where's Zorua? Zorua's a little bit later, right? Here's Aura. One is for Magnezone. One is for Zorua. Obviously, there's some for Krookodile. Magnezone, Krookodile, Zorua. And then I think we have one for Shuckle at the very end. So when I get to those, please remind me. So it's Magnezone, Krookodile, Zorua. There's one for Heracross as well. Magnezone, Krookodile, Heracross. Shuckle. Is there a spreadsheet? No. A 10-hit pin missile from JRPG Rick. Thank you for the 10-hit pin missile. How many people are going to stay in this stream long enough to remind you of Shuckle? Do you think people are going to bow out? That's illegal. Everybody who's here right now is bound to the very end, or else.
Naughty secrets. I'll rip the secrets from your flesh.
Welcome, my child. What brings you to Crook's Confessions today?
Oh, Father Crook, I have a confession.
Fret not, for there is no sin so grave it leaves no path to absolution. Confess, and be judged appropriately.
I have sinned, for I fell asleep during one of your sermons.
I see. Do you truly wish to be redeemed?
I do.
Then allow me to relieve you of the burden of your earthly sins.
Go into the light. Now.
I see only darkness before me.
You are forgiven.
Forgiven. No casuals allowed in this stream, okay? Okay, I think that's everything. I don't really think there's anything else we have to say. So we can start preparing to explain the rankings. Everything is in the correct order. Everything is here. Yeah, great. Okay, so all we need is... Oh, we also need to thank the Patreon. So we should thank the Patreons probably right before we start actually ranking. So right before that's going to be after all the explanations, so just remind me before Snivy to thank the Patreons. I want to do that before we even do the Eeveelutions, because the Eeveelutions are going to be a while in, right? So we want to just start with, we want to do that before we actually start ranking the starters, because people just jump to the starters, and that's where I want to put the Patreons, because the Patreons are important. It's the sponsored segment. So the first thing that we do is, it's going to start with the Pray to Win trailer. And then it's going to jump to whatever we record right now. So this is going to be the first thing that people in the premium see. after the Pray to Win trailer. So what do we say? So I'm thinking like, have you heard the good news? What's the good news? What's the good news? And then we'll start actually recording. The best games have a sequel. Why does Swaddle have the sad dog face? Because it's terrible in this game, that's why. You have to wait an hour to see me rank Pokemon? Well, the people who are in the team will not have seen that, so it won't make any sense to them. Have you heard the good news? Pokemon is good again. If you ignore everything that came out in the last 18 years. It's probably too inflammatory, right? Have you heard the good news? Salvation is at hand. Just follow this in-game tier list. Maybe. I think that would work. Maybe. Too easy for Patreon, no. Too early for Patreon. Have you heard the good news? You're invited. Oh, that could work. You, that's right, you. You're invited to the sacred kingdom of Unova. To experience the best Pokemon game out there. Black and White too. And we've got like the scriptures here to guide you. I think that could work. Yeah, let's do that. Or you've been chosen. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. So it's 9:28. We'll start at 9:30 for me. 2 minutes. So if you want to complain about how slow we are, you got 2 minutes to go ahead and whinge. Whinged. We can also probably at some point talk about all the callbacks to Kanto. Like Rock Tunnel. I'm sticking around until the first Mon is ranked. Well, I know you're in Europe, so you're maybe allowed to bow out, because I know it's really late for you. Alright. Oh, so disclaimer for people who have never been here before. I imagine you've realized it by now, but this is of course a much different experience than the premium edited video. And in order to make the premium edited videos as premium and silky smooth as they are, you know, there's never any mistakes in any of them, of course. I am going to do a lot of retakes. So the very first tier list we did was Black and White 1. And I didn't do any retakes. And it was a nightmare. Caused a lot of issues. So very often you will see me repeat things I just said, even if they maybe sounded perfectly fine. And I do that just in case, so that I have takes that work. There may also be segments where I just flub something and I have to do everything again. So you're gonna see over and over as we go through this, I'm gonna be repeating things over and over. And you might be confused as to why. Well, that's why. So everybody here that just heard that, you know the explanation, and later on people are gonna pop in and they're gonna ask why I'm repeating things. And I'm not gonna repeat why I'm repeating things, okay? You've gotta indoctrinate them, okay? With our rule book. I don't think that's correct, but that's what I'm asking you guys to do. Alright. So we are now officially recording. I've actually recorded all of this beforehand as well, but now we're actually going to be using this footage, like, in the premium. We've done all the prep. Alright. Can't have this on the whole time because I can't actually see. How does that look? Eh. It's not quite centered, right? I need my glasses on, otherwise I can't see anything. Yeah, okay. Okay. There we go. Have you heard the good news? You, that's right, you have been chosen. To join us on our crusade through Unova? Maybe that would work. Have you heard the good news? You, that's right, you, the viewer. No, not you, the viewer. Have you heard the good news? You, that's right, you have been chosen to participate in our grand crusade across the nation of Unova. This land will be ours. Almost. How are we gonna take over this nation? Thanks to the help of these brave warriors, right? Although some of them are stronger than others. Yeah, there we go. Okay. That'll work. Have you heard the good news? You, that's right, you have been chosen to join us in our grand crusade across Unova. This land will be ours, all thanks to the blood and courage of these brave warriors. Don't worry, I'm not gonna talk like that the whole time. Welcome to the Black and White 2 in-game tier list. That's probably fine, right? $10 macro transaction from the Hawkeye 75. 60 plus minutes and not a single bishop tier. Truly, this Stream is cursed by slow start. Well, Bisharp was always gonna be like 10 hours in. So that's our intro. What is... I should probably introduce myself, right? I should actually grab the cash bringer, right? Equipped. My name is Krookodile. My name is Father Krookodile, leader of our humble... My name's Father Krookodile, leader of our humble congregation. My name is Father Krookodile, leader of our humble congregation, and chosen wielder of the cash bringer. It actually spins. My name is Father Krookodile, leader of our humble congregation. My name is Father Krookodile, leader of our humble congregation, and chosen wielder of the sacred cash bringer. Could a bad guy make a sword light up? No, it doesn't make sense. Could a bad guy make a sword light up? You can trust me. What is an in-game tier list? What is an in-game tier list? What is an in-game tier list? So in today's sermon, we are going to be ranking the Pokemon available in Black and White 2, based on how well they help you get from your house. What is an in-game tier list? Well, in today's sermon, we will be ranking these Black and White 2 Pokemon based on their performance on your grand crusade from your house to the Hall of Fame. I don't care at all about competitive. Does not factor in. And also notably, this is not a Nuzlocke tier list, okay? If you're from a rival congregation that only... This is also not a Nuzlocke tier list. So if you're one of those... What do we call the rival Nuzlocke faction? The Nuzlocker denomination. This is also not a Nuzlocke tier list. So if If you're a member of the heretical Nuzlocke denomination, you're in the wrong place, okay? Lockites. If you're from a rival congregation, those heretical... Now, if you're one of those heretics that belongs to the Nuzlocke denomination, you walked into the wrong congregation, alright? In your fake faith, you faint and you die, right? In your fake faith, faint once, and you rot there in the ground. In your fake faith, die once, in your fake faith, die once, and you rot in the Pokemon Tower? In your fake faith, die once, and they leave you to rot in the Pokemon Tower. But don't worry. Here, we pray to win. We can revive you. At the Pokemon Center. If you were to tier this game based on a Nuzlocke rule set, it would look very different than what we're going to do. You care a lot more about how common certain Pokemon are, and notably defensive Pokemon and defensive pivots become a lot more valuable. I don't care about that at all. You know what the best strategy is and always will be in an in-game playthrough? There we go, up to there. Zug Zug! Kill 'em all! You wanna hit him first, and you wanna hit him hard. Dead enemies don't fight back. They can't inflict damage on you, and they can't do annoying status stuff that can spiral into nightmares where you hit yourself in confusion 3 times as toxic damage ticks down. Kill the infidels, turn 1, then do it again turn 2, then do it again turn 3, and collect your prize money. I think that'll work, right? Do we need to... Okay, so then do we have to talk about... stuff about Black 2? Should we talk about tier criteria? Let's talk about, the quirks of Black 2. What's new or specifics? Oh, do I have a spork? I might have a spork, hang on. If I have a spork, I have to go get it. no sporks. I was just gonna hold up a spork when I talked about the quirks, but not quirky. We're back. What's new in Black and White 2? What's new in Black and White 2? Let's talk a bit about some game-wide quirks and patterns that are gonna affect how we tier this game in particular. Despite taking place only 2 years after the original Black and White, there has been an incursion of infidels that have completely shaken up the local ecosystem. Despite taking place only 2 years after the original Black and White, there has been an influx of infidels that have completely shaken up local ecosystems. The Black and White 2 Pokedex is significantly different than Black and White 1. Black and White 1 had only Unova natives. It was a very bold move by Game Freak that I think most players decried. I much prefer this majority Unova dex that now has... I much prefer this majority Unova dex that now has a very healthy mix of previous generation Pokemon as well. Very well distributed throughout the region. I would say that the Black and White 2 Pokedex has some of the best variety in the franchise. On pretty much every new route, you're gonna find a whole new potential crew that you could very politely ask to join your team. It's very hard to get this angle right. It has to, like, not cover my face. Or else. You're joining our team. Or else. It should work. Whee. Should we talk about, let's talk about the, experience system, maybe? Let's talk about the experience system. Unova is infamous for... Unova is infamous for insane evolution levels. If there's a Pokemon that evolves at a seemingly... If there's a Pokemon that evolves at a seemingly unreasonably high level, it's almost certainly from Unova. While this is a valid criticism in Gens 6, 7, 8, and 9, it's actually not in Gen 5. Yes, the evolution levels are really high, but... Yes, the evolution levels are really high, but the wild Pokemon levels are also really high. Unlike most games, the wild Pokemon in an area are almost on parity with the trainers. So if you recruit some scrub from the grass, they're actually not a scrub. They're going to be very, very close to usable. Especially because of the EXP rubber banding system that began in Gen 5. If you're an underdog fighting a... If you're an underdog fighting a higher level opponent, you will gain massively increased experience after you defeat them. But on the flip side, if you're higher level than the opponent, you will then take a penalty to the experience that you receive. What this effectively means in your playthrough that it is very easy to catch up, but unlike most Pokemon games, it's actually very difficult to gain an EXP lead and then completely run away with the game. That's usually the best strategy, but in Unova, that's not gonna work. And I have to say, unless you're like one of the chosen exceptions. Although some of us don't exactly follow society's rules. There we go. Okay, we talked about the experience, we talked about the Pokedex. We need to talk about hard mode. And we need to talk about the distribution of Pokemon. Let's talk about the distribution of enemy Pokemon first. Mapping out, or drawing up a battle plan, drawing up a war map for our crusade. It's important to know your enemy, right? It's important to know your enemy before you can... It's important to know your enemy before you can grant them salvation by killing them. What I'm trying to say here is that there are some definite trends in terms of the enemies you face in this game. 3 types, I would say, are extremely common. A glitch in the holy light there. There are 3 types of foes I would say are extremely common, which means that your matchup against these types is going to heavily affect your viability. The first would be flyers. There are a zillion flying types on enemy teams all throughout the early and mid game. The first type to watch out for would be flyers. there are a zillion flying types all throughout the skies in the early and mid game. The enemy has air superiority, to be sure. If you can't hit flying types, you are in big trouble, because flying types can definitely hit you. Gen 5 introduced rotation and triple battles, and one of the perks of flying types is that their moves can actually strike anywhere on the battlefield. So if you're weak to flying, you actually can't cower in the back lines. You're gonna get sniped from the skies. Entering into the late game, you know that we're the good guys on the sacred mission because the enemies have fallen to darkness. There are so many dark types. So if you can't hit dark types, you're gonna be in big trouble. So if you're not capable of purging enemy darkness, I don't want you on my crusade. I think that'll work. And probably the most important matchup to be able... And probably the most important matchup to keep in mind. Unova is based on the United States, and pretty much the entire late game takes place in a strip mall, where every single storefront is a McDojo. I don't know who's handing out these black belts, but every single trainer in the endgame is a fighting type. But every single trainer in the endgame just spams fighting types. Victory Road is just ace trainers and black belts and battle girls. If you're susceptible to getting... If you're susceptible to... what do we say here? So this is like if you have like a fighting weakness. If you're susceptible to pummeling from these pugilists. Right, if you don't hit the gym's gonna hit you. There it is. These trainers hit the gym, and the gym is gonna hit you. These trainers all hit the gym, and in this game, the gym is gonna hit you. Usually we tell nerds to hit the gym. Well, in this game, the gym is gonna hit you. If you can't take a... There, that's probably fine. We're probably going to mention this a lot whenever we talk about Pokemon that are just weak to fighting. I think that's it about the type matchups. Yeah, that's probably it about the type matchups. So now I think we talk about hard mode, and then hard mode, then we explain the tiers, and then I think we actually start, which is not that bad. It's only like 2.5 hours to start. How do we frame the hard mode? if you wish to prove your ascend to like a higher level and prove your faith, prove like you're not a casual believer, of course, it would be sacrilege not to mention that Pokemon Black and White 2 is the only game in the franchise which has spanned over 25 years thus far where you can actually prove your conviction. No casuals allowed in the Ascended challenge mode difficulty. Oh, a test of faith. Yes, I like that. Of course, it would be sacrilege not to mention that Black and White 2 is the only game in the Pokemon franchise where you can truly put your faith to the test in challenge mode. However, to actually access challenge mode, you're gonna have to go through hell first. How do you think you access challenge mode? Challenge mode begins with the challenge of actually trying to unlock it. How do you think you get to... Challenge mode begins by actually trying to understand how to unlock it. Luckily for you, how do we say, what do they call, like, bonus chapters to the Bible? I don't think that's the term they use. It's like a testament or something. Apocrypha? Is that really what they call it? The Concordance? No, that's Strudigon, I think. The implementation of challenge mode is a testament. You might even say a New Testament, although by this point it's been over a decade, so maybe Old Testament. A testament to how Game Freak are the master of taking a good idea and making it seem of how Game Freak are the masters of taking a good idea of how Game Freak are the masters of taking a simple, good idea of how Game Freak are the masters of taking a simple, good idea and putting a twist mountain on it that makes your head spin. Without any editorializing, here is how to access Black. Without any editorializing, here is how to access challenge mode on Pokemon Black 2. First step is to beat Pokemon Black on normal mode. First step is to beat Pokemon Black 2 on normal mode. This is pretty reasonable. In a lot of games, you have to actually beat normal before you can access the higher difficulty. This now gives you an item that allows you to access the Black 2 challenge mode. However, Pokemon games only have one save. And you've already beaten the game, so you can't really play challenge mode. However, Pokemon games only have one save file, so you can access challenge mode, but you've already beaten the game. However, Pokemon games only have one save file, so you can access challenge mode, but the game is already over. So you would think, okay, I guess I'll just delete my save file and then start challenge mode? Yeah, I'll lose my old congregation, but I'm in it for the... So then you might think that step 2 would be to delete your save file. Yeah, you'll be forsaking your old congregation in order to play hard mode, but you're in it for the challenge. Oh, I see. You might think that step 2 would be deleting your save file. Yeah, you would be forsaking your old congregation, but the hardest modes require the strongest wills. You fool. You killed your friends for nothing, because deleting your save file also deletes the item that allows you to access challenge mode. So step 2 is actually to send the key through infrared technology to another copy of a Black and White 2 game. So the actual step 2 is to send the key through infrared technology to another Gen 5 sequel game. You can send the hard mode key to White 2. Now that will allow a fresh White 2 save file to begin on challenge mode. But remember, we're trying to play Black 2 on challenge mode. Now you might think that, okay, well I can send White 2 the key, and then they'll just send it back to me. You fool, you think it's that easy? No. White 2 can receive the challenge key, but White 2 can only send the easy mode key, which they received by beating the game. Yes, beat the game to unlock easy mode. Can we get an easy mode for the difficulty unlock? How about that? No. You want to access Black 2 challenge mode? Here's what you do. Beat Black 2. This gives you the challenge mode key. Send the challenge mode key to a completely separate, very legitimate Nintendo DS system that is a completely fresh Black 2. And then that copy can begin on challenge mode. So yes, you need 2 DSs and 2 Black 2 copies, one of which has already completed the game on normal, in order to begin a fresh challenge mode playthrough of Black 2. You could do that. Or you could just cheat. Come on. Am I really the dark type here? There we go. Fewer retakes than I thought, considering how insane that explanation is. Like, come on. How about this? Or you could just cheat. Come on. Would you really call my actions that of a dark type? I think my ability might actually be justified. There we go, that'll work. Sorry, I think I missed some donations. But I was, please forgive me, okay? I was really focused on that insane explanation. I actually missed 2, sorry. So $5 microtransaction from Hammer of Subtlety, who says, let us celebrate Black and White 2, the last games before we got the Scourge that is fairy types. The Scourge, I can actually use Exorcism on the Scourge, I'm a good guy. And then a $5 microtransaction from Aliender, who says, easy mode is much worse. At least challenge mode sounds like a reward for beating the game. Easy mode sounds like you want to do that before normal. I think that was in the rant, right? So we should have covered that. Is there a Pokemon move that is just, like, lying? Because we need to talk about that for hard mode. Because some people say that hard mode is actually easier, but it's not. It's definitely harder. They might be trying to lead you astray, I think. What does... Now that we've... Oh yeah, don't get tricked, yeah. Now that we've proven ourselves worthy of accessing challenge mode, what actually changes? Some people online might try to trick you. Oh yeah. Some people online might try to lead you astray. Some people online might try to lead you astray, saying that challenge mode is actually easier than normal mode? Don't fall for their lies, although there is a kernel of truth within their... I'll lead you into a trick room, right? I like that. Now, some people online might try to lure you into a trick room by telling you that challenge mode is actually easier than normal. Don't be led astray, okay? Challenge mode is definitely more difficult, although of course, because it's a Game Freak mechanic. Challenge mode is definitely more difficult, although because it's a Game Freak game, it's not exactly more difficult in the ways you might expect. Enemy levels are higher. The seed of truth at the kernel of this lie, is that enemy levels are higher, but their stats don't actually increase. This is very bizarre. The seed of truth at the kernel of this pervasive lie about challenge mode's difficulty is that although enemy levels are higher, their stats don't actually increase compared to normal mode, which I can't deny is very bizarre. Level actually does factor into the damage calculation, not by much, but you will take more damage from higher level Pokemon, and you will deal less damage to them. You get some glancing blows, which is why most physical Pokemon want to always equip the Edgemaster's Hand Guards. I know it looks like a very innocuous item, but it's deceptively you actually do take more damage from higher leveled enemies, and you deal less damage to higher leveled enemies. You actually inflict glancing blows. It's why most physical Pokemon really want to equip the Edgemaster's Hand Guards. I know it looks very innocuous, but it's deceptively effective. It's a wow joke for you guys. Because enemies are higher level, and the catch-up... Because enemies are higher level, and the underdog EXP bonus is so extreme, you will absolutely be stronger on challenge mode than on normal mode. You're gonna evolve earlier, you're gonna level up faster, evolve earlier, learn your stronger moves earlier. But what makes challenge mode actually more challenging is that But what makes challenge mode actually more challenging is that enemies have way more Pokemon, and their movesets and items are much better. So you can think of it kind of like Kingdom Hearts 2 critical mode, where enemies get buffed, but to sort of maintain. So you can sort of think of challenge mode as Kingdom Hearts 2 critical mode, where enemies are stronger, but to compensate for that somewhat, you also get indirect buffs. I think that works, right? But you can't... But make no mistake, challenge mode is difficult. But make no mistake, challenge mode is not for the faint of heart. Do you really think they would use a choice scarf Chandelure against you in normal mode? Nah, that's challenging. There we go. Alright, I think we got it. This is not a Pokemon playlist, but here we go. I didn't want to spoil the... I mean, the most dangerous challenge mode Pokemon is Choice Band Focus Sash Dragon Dance Haxorus. But I didn't want to spoil that one because we're going to talk about that with Heracross. We're going to talk about how our Silver Spear couldn't actually kill them, our Silver Lance. And we also have to talk about how our own Haxorus is basically the counter to the Focus Sash Haxorus, because we have Brave Axe. You can Brave Axe them with Dual Chop, and then it'll kill them. I think he's like the only one that can do it. Oh, Focus Sash Haxorus is already in normal mode? Well, premium viewers will never know that I made that mistake. We've purged the archives. Is that's I think it for Black and White 2 quirks, right? Return TM, right? Should we just talk about the return TM when we talk about normal types? We'll talk about normal types really soon, right? Maybe we'll just mention that now. We can mention return when we get to Lillipup. Yeah, that probably makes sense. I think that's it for Black and White 2 quirks, right? We talked about the good Pokedex. We talked about patterns you'd see on enemy teams. We talked about challenge mode insanity. I think that's it, right? For like general things that are specific to Black and White 2. And then I think we just talked about the criteria. And then I think we go ahead and we actually start the ranking. Move tutors. We maybe talk about those when we could talk about... If we talk about move tutors, we should then maybe also just talk about return. $5 microtransaction from Super Silver Surfeit, who says, does challenge mode make Thief worth using? I'm playing Emerald again and only Think to steal his berries. Thought I'd ask a dark type. Well, you think just because I'm a dark type, I can use thief? How dare you? I can't believe this.
If you want something done right, leave it to a human.
Unfortunately, no, you can't keep the items, so don't use thief. See, I'm not encouraging crime. We're not going to talk about grottos. They're too random. And so no grottos means no hidden abilities either. I think those are just going to be in criteria. The only grotto that we're actually going to talk about is the forced one that gives you like the super Cinchino. That has like really good IVs. And I think it also has the skill link. Alright, we'll just talk about the criteria, and then we'll just talk about the criteria, and what else? I think the fact that you can't tank, we'll put it in D. Yeah. Like, we'll put that discussion in D. Okay. What are the criteria for our Crusaders? What are the criteria for our Crusaders? Well, at the very top, we have our most exalted members. A sacred trio residing within the sacred realm. There will be 3... Spoiler for the sermon to come, there will be 3 members who are qualified to ascend to the sacred realm. It's just like Ocarina of Time. Spoilers for the sermon ahead, there will be 3 members, a triforce, if you will, of holy warriors qualified to enter the sacred realm. It's just like Ocarina of Time, where fellow Dark-type Ganondorf entered the sacred realm. Very nice guy. He thanked Link for all of his help, and then Ganondorf seized control of Hyrule and led the entire kingdom into a new era of prosperity. I think that's what happened in Ocarina of Time. It's been a while. And the 3 members of the Sacred Realm, are actually equipped with the Triforce. One of them wields the Triforce of Power, the second one wields the Triforce of Power, and the third one wields the Triforce of Power. I would say that this Triforce Triumvirate are special because they're the only ones who ignore one of the iron rules of Black and White 2, which is that what makes this Triforce Triumvirate special is that they're above the rules that govern mere mortals. Enemies in Black and White 2 are actually very strong. Because enemies are strong, and you can't super overlevel due to the EXP rubber banding, you might actually consider spending one turn to use a boosting move. Normally, I think that's a complete waste of time, but you might actually get more than one turn of value out of that in Black and White 2. The whole point of boosting is to ascend to a higher level of stats than your opponent, and then sweep through them. Normally, you start off so much stronger that you don't need to do that, but that is not the case in Black and White 2. So we will actually give some credit for setup. However, if you have Holy Blood privilege and don't need to set up, well then that's even better. People complaining about how long we're taking to start. Are you guys new? It always takes this long. Come on. For the blessed few, they don't have to. I think I like that better. We normally don't give any credit for setup, but if you can do... We normally don't give any credit for setup, but... We normally don't give any credit for setup, it's just a band-aid to a subpar Pokemon. But enemy infidels won't give up. But enemy infidels will fight for their faith to the bitter end. You might actually need a setup move in order to gain the advantage you need to sweep. But for those blessed few... in the Sacred Realm. But for those blessed few in the Sacred Realm, they can just go through... I don't know what we say here. But for those blessed few in the Sacred Realm, they don't need to set up, so what do we say? The mandate of heaven? But just Zug. That's probably good. But for those blessed few in the Sacred Realm. That's wrong angle. It's like reverse, so it's very difficult. But for those blessed few in the Sacred Realm. Zug! There we go. We did it! $5 microtransaction from Smash Hero 75. Or 5 hit pin missile. Nice 5 hit pin missile. Pinned? Pinned? Pinned. Thank you. What's a high-ranking church member? Are cardinals? The S tier. These are our card-carrying Cardinals, which are a sports team, I think. I don't know what sport. These Pokemon are extremely strong. I would say that the only reason not to use Pokemon that we put in S would be because you think it would undo the challenge of challenge mode. It would make the game too easy. The A tier, these are our bishops? I assume that's below cardinals. Oh, A for archbishops. Okay, that's it. That should be good. A are the A tier. These are our archbishops. These Pokemon are strong, but I would say they have a flaw that you could... I wouldn't even say nitpick. Might be, nitpick. A tier for our archbishops. I would say that these Pokemon are very strong, but you could nitpick a flaw that keeps them from ascending to cardinalhood. Probably it's that, could be that their availability is bad, maybe they're not in that much of the game. Availability is something that we consider. The more of the game that you're actually in, the more credit you get. A tier for our archbishops. I would say these are very very devoted members of our flock. But they do have a flaw that you could nitpick that keeps them out of the leadership roles. Most could be that they have, could be that they're missing one or two key moves, could also just be an availability issue. I do count availability as a factor in my lists. The more of the game that you're in, the more credit you get. If you super stomp the game, but only for the very last battle, then that is actually going to be a negative. I think that's fine for A. B for our bishops. These are, I would say, average Pokemon. You could use these, you could not use these, and I don't think the average quality of... You could use these, you could not use these, and I don't think it would change the overall quality. You could use these, or you could not use these, and I don't think it would shift the overall quality of your team up or down dramatically. I left to go bike ride, shower, and grab dinner, and we're still explaining the rules. Must really say something about the Unovan education system. The more people complain, the less I will do, considering our inaction. You want instant gratification? Whip out that mobile phone, open up whatever app you want. We're on a sacred mission, okay? If you're not gonna do it right, don't bother doing it at all. It's a little dramatic. Oh, thanks for the $5 microtransaction. I'm surprised we've made it as far as we have. See, that's an encouraging way to say that, wow, this is slow. Oh, we forgot to talk about Gen 5 callbacks. Remind me to do that after the criteria, and I'll just edit it in earlier. Next, we've perhaps anointed. Next, we've got plenty of holy water with which to anoint our converts because we've got a whole ocean of it. It's the SEA C tier. There's a whole... Unova does have a lot of water types, but they're very backloaded. Once you access Surf, you're going to get a whole flood of water types, and I really don't have that much to say about them. They're water types, you can teach them Surf, they're probably pretty good. Under the sea, we have the C tier. I'd say these are our fresh converts, maybe. Our normal congregation. Oh yeah, somebody call Noah, there's a flood. Noah, get the Surf HM. Under the sea, we have the C tier. These are our... I'd say this is our... clerics. These are our clerics. I would say that our clergy... I'm saying they're below... I'm saying they're actually below average. Oh, I got it. Under the sea, we've got the C tier. I would say these are our clerics. Not the holy kind with the staves, but clerics as in office workers. There was a clerical error, and maybe they shouldn't be on our team. I would say these are below average. They have significant flaws that it is possible to compensate for, but I still wouldn't recommend using these Pokemon on your team. D for Dissidence, I like that one. Moving further down into the depths, we have D for the Dissidents. Maybe they're not happy with how we run things. They're not so happy with how we run things around here. They're not happy with how we run things around here, and they're dragging the whole vibe down. I would say that D tier Pokemon are an active liability to your team. Only use these Pokemon if you have a very strong affinity for them and you're willing to compensate for them with a heavy helping of stronger Pokemon. You could also say that D is for Defender, because we are going to put a lot of otherwise viable... You could also say that D is for Defender, because we are going to put a lot of Pokemon in D that are completely viable in not the context of our crusade. Defensive play, in my eyes, is a defensive play in the eyes of me, Krookodile, a very offensive Pokemon, is a complete waste of time. Offensive Pokemon get the same result, winning the battle, but they get it faster, and they actually get it better. Offensive Pokemon get the same end result, they win the battle, but they do it more quickly, and they do it more reliably. If you're actually taking hits, you can get crit. If you're actually sitting there soaking up hits, you've created opportunities for things to go horribly awry. Enemies could crit you, enemies could status you, all sorts of calamities could befall you, and you can avoid all of them by just killing them. Attack first, ask questions never. That's how you win new converts. By just killing them. Attack first, ask questions never. That's a mantra I can believe in. Enemies being extremely strong also nerfs defensive play. You're gonna try and stall against Conkeldurr? Against Dragon Dance Haxorus? Enemies being extremely strong also makes defensive play non-viable. Go ahead and try and stall against Conkeldurr, against Chandelure, against Dragon Dance Haxorus. Yeah, nice strategy. Whoops. There we go. And finally, Unova's finest. These are the apostates, maybe. And in the pits of hell, we have Unova's finest. And at the very bottom, we have Unova's finest. The excommunicated. And at the very bottom, out of sight, what is it? Out of sight of the... And at the very bottom, we have Unova's finest. The condemned. The truly damned. They've signed up for Twitter, formerly X, because they've been excommunicated. These Pokemon are dead to me, and they should be dead to you too, metaphorically. Do not use these Pokemon. They exist only for meme value. You use them because they're funny. And once they shuffle off this mortal coil, all that awaits them is eternal torment in the holy hellfires of the afterlife. That's a bit dramatic. I'm saying that these Pokemon are not viable for your playthrough. Okay, I think that's it for the criteria. I wanted to say something about Gen 5 callbacks. If you're a member of the Gen 1er congregation, you're also... If you're a member of the Gen 1 congregation, well, you're also... Then you're an allied faction? I don't know if they... I don't know what they call it when churches cooperate. Don't they normally just kill each other? Sister congregations, okay. Brand new word just dropped. Now I, Krookodile, pride myself on my humility. I just learned a new word. Economy? If you're a Gen 1er. Now even though this is Gen 5, if you're a Gen 1er, you're not the enemy. It's economy when church factions cooperate. What I'm trying to say is that if you like Gen 1, you'll love Gen 5, because it's like poetry, it rhymes. Chargestone Cave? I think I've seen this place before.
No way, dude! Rock tunnel! Rock tunnel, dude! Rock tunnel! Oh!
So we double filter it to get as pure of soy milk as we can.
There's a lot of echoes of Gen 1 throughout Unova. Apparently an alternate word for ecumenism is interdenominationalism, which I read correctly on the first try. And we'll just edit that in earlier. Alright, and then is there anything we have to say about... And then we just have to say the Patreons, right? You may edit in early, but we know the truth. I don't have to hide the pronunciation of interdenominationalism with edits, because I just did it again. Don't call me a casual. Alright, it's Patreon time, and then we can actually start. I found it, and I did update it, so it should be completely up to date with everyone who signed up. Our battle preparations are complete, but before we embark on our crusade, I ask you to use the move Hold Hands, which is a real Pokemon move, and let us pray to our Patreon saint. You, the viewer, are also invited. I suggest you accept the invitation. You, the viewer, are also invited to join us in this sacred hymn. You, the viewer, are also invited to join us using the link in the description. Yeah! Oh, here we go. You, the viewer, are also invited to join us using the link in the description. If you can't find it, an emissary should be en route to help guide you. I'll lend you a helping hand, okay. You, the viewer, are also invited to join in our joyous prayer using the link in the description. If you're having trouble finding it, one of our missionaries should be en route to lend you a helping hand.
Yeah! Hey! Krookodile here from Krook's Crusaders. Sorry for barging in, but this is important. Have you heard of our Patreon saint? If you'd like to prove your devotion to our Patreon saint, you can do so with the link in the description. You don't think so? Or maybe you just need some convincing. Come here!
Thank you to our Patreon saints for 100% voluntarily donating to our very righteous cause. Thank you to our Patreon saints who very generously and 100% voluntarily keep our coffers full. Our cause is righteous. Keep our coffers full. That'll probably work. Maybe. Blessed be our Patreon saints, whose generosity and 100% definitely voluntary donations allow us to continue our sacred mission. The background track actually just had somebody say, "Here is something to believe in." How do you think I purchased all this high-level equipment? Alright, is Prometheus actually here? I need to actually get the... Oh, not even 3 hours to start. That's not bad. You are here. Okay. So, I haven't looked at it yet, and I'm going to look at it after I do my own evaluation. And before that... Oh, no, we never talked about Unknown Dungeon. Let's just talk about Unknown Dungeon. Now, this should be very easy. I'll just splice this in earlier. And beyond the reach of our crusade, we have the Unknown Dungeon. These are the Pokemon you might expect to be able to recruit, but for some reason or another, they're actually not in the main... These are Pokemon that you might expect to be able to recruit, but for whatever reason... These are Pokemon you might expect to be able to recruit, but for whatever reason, they're actually not available in the main story playthrough. They are in the game, but they're after the part that we're actually considering for our tier list. And these Pokemon would be Leafeon and Glaceon. Not that you're missing out on much. Kyurem, Reshiram, and Zekrom you actually don't get before becoming the champion. This might actually be the only game with a cover legendary where you actually don't get to use the cover legendaries as a Goto late game super unit to stomp the league with. I guess we'll talk about this now because we're not actually going to talk about Kyurem's viability. But I was at a film shoot, and then I saw an ice pack. Oh, apparently there's a lot of games where you can't do this. No, you can use Koraidon in the final battle. You think you couldn't do it in Emerald either? Emerald is the one where you can super do it. Despite Black and White 2 using fusion technology, to put 3 Pokemon on 2 covers, you actually don't get the cover legendaries in your main playthrough. They're post-game. So this is one of the few games where... So this is one of the few mainline games where you don't get a super OP Goto unit to stomp the league with. Since we're not actually going to be talking about the viability of Kyurem, I guess I'll just say this here. I was at a film shoot where somebody brought in an ice pack. And then the ice pack had this kanji on it. And I was so excited. So I asked one of the technical staff, hey, how do you read this? Is it Kyurei? Which would be like flash freeze. And the technician told me, I don't know. I think they just made this up, but it might be Kyurei. And I was excited because I thought like, oh hey, that's where Kyurem comes from. Kyurei, flash freeze. But apparently, that may or may not even be a real word, so... I asked a real Japanese person, they didn't know. Sorry. And other Pokemon in the Unknown Dungeon. Kevin Durant, he's busy over on ESPN. Heat more? More like heat less, right? Arkin, Tortuga, Cryogonal? Timpole podcast has been cancelled, and you can't. And although there are 3 genies, you don't get 3 wishes. You actually don't get any wishes whatsoever. And although there are 3 genies, you don't get 3 wishes. You actually don't get any wishes, because you don't get to use them. There we go. Isn't Wish a Pokemon move? Maybe Wish.com. Oh, hey, Olio's here. There is a new kanji. It's this. I'm almost certain it's cute A. It says so on Bulbapedia. And if I type it in, it also autocompletes. So I think it is real. Good job on the video. Thank you. Olio made the wonderful Eeveelution thumbnail. You could see. You just mention Eevee, people show up. I liked the sense of antagonism in the thumbnail. You can tell the Eeveelutions were against each other. Schrader Booster must die. What do you say about these 3 wishes? Maybe like the wish shipment got lost? Now, although there are 3 genies, you don't actually get 3 wishes. You actually don't get any wishes at all. Maybe? None of them were in a bottle. Or they're out of stock. She also mentioned that we're not counting hidden grottos, right? Or we'll just mention that when we get to Minccino. Or the wish shipment is delayed until post-game. There we go. Now, although there are 3 genies, you don't actually get 3 wishes. In fact, you don't get any at all. If you check the wish.com expected arrival date, it is post-game. Oh no, I got it. Now, although there are 3 genies, you don't get 3 wishes. In fact, you don't get any wishes at all. If you go to wish.com and check the expected postage, you'll see that it's post-game. There it is. That should be fine, right? Or maybe out of stock. Now, although there are 3 genies, you don't get 3 wishes. In fact, you don't get any wishes at all. If you check wish.com, you'll see that they're completely out of stock. The genie trio are not catchable in Black and White 2, not even in the postgame. You could get them with a Game Genie, which, hey, you already had to use to even play on challenge mode, right? That might work. Okay. Only 3 hours to start, not bad. Alright, let's see. So we are gonna start very soon. But I drank a bit too much holy water, so I'll be right back. Don't get any bright ideas about sneaking off while I'm gone.
Naughty secrets. I'll rip the secrets from your flesh.
Welcome, my child. What brings you to Crook's Confessions today?
Oh, Father Crook, I have a confession.
Fret not, for there is no sin so grave it leaves no path to absolution. Confess, and be judged appropriately.
I have sinned, for I fell asleep during one of your sermons.
I see. Do you truly wish to be redeemed?
I do.
Then allow me to relieve you of the burden of your earthly sins.
Go into the light. Now.
I see only darkness before me.
You are forgiven.
Forgiven. I made it. Okay. Snivy time. All right. Now, how do we start this? It's pretty important. This is the first Pokemon. Our very first. Something about, like, grass? Or just, like, seed funding or something. I may be told to touch grass, but in Pokemon that's a bad idea. We just need something to introduce Snivy with. Okay. Oh yeah. The snake in the Bible. We should do that. We'll begin our crusade with a cautionary tale. You may remember that humanity once was worthy of paradise. Until they were tricked. Until they were tricked. You may remember that humanity was once considered worthy of paradise before they were deceived. By what? Before a friendly face caused them to fall from grace. There we go. We begin our crusade with a cautionary tale. You may remember that humanity was once deemed worthy of paradise before they were deceived. And humanity fell from grace thanks to advice from a seemingly friendly face. That would work, right? Okay. We begin our crusade with a cautionary tale. You may remember that humanity was once deemed worthy of paradise until they were deceived. And we fell from grace due to the advice of a seemingly friendly face. The demon serpent, Snivy. You gotta put... I'm gonna... Edict? Or what is it? What is it? I'm calling for a, I think that's what it's called. Here it is. I'm calling for a fatwa. I think that's the word. I am calling for a fatwa. Oh, that actually might be too controversial, so actually let's not do that. Won't someone rid me of this meddlesome starter? I think Black and White 2 Snivy is the worst starter in Pokemon history. I did not misspeak. Don't you dare doubt my conviction. Yes, I think it's worse than Chikorita. D tier. This thing is unacceptable. This infidel must be purged. If there's one thing I've been accused of throughout my... If there's one thing I've been confused of... If there's one thing I've been accused of throughout my history giving out these holy sermons. If there's one thing I've been accused of throughout my history upon the tier list pulpit, it's overrating starters. I value availability a lot, and the starters are the most available Pokemon in the game. They're in literally every battle. The issue with Snivy is that you don't ever want to use it in any battle. It's so so useless. What does Snivy actually do for your team? It makes your whole team worse. When do you actually need your starter the most? What does Snivy actually do? It makes your team worse. You most rely on your starter at the beginning of the game before you have access to a wide variety. You rely on your starter most at the beginning of the game when you don't yet have access to the full region of options. First boss is Charon, which is actually one of the most difficult battles in the game. And it's okay there. It's sort of a DPS race where Charon sets up workup and you have to stop him before he sweeps you. Snivy can kind of contribute because it gets growth, but its base attacking stats are really bad, so it needs to grow in order to actually fight back. It is absolutely useless on Roxy, who is a poison type. It should not be sent out at all. And it's also useless against Berg, who is a bug type trainer. Imagine being disadvantaged against the bug type trainer. It does almost nothing for you early. And by then, by the time Snivy actually becomes a Pokemon you might consider sending out, by the time Snivy actually starts facing Pokemon it can fight, the desert route on, by the time Snivy actually starts facing enemies it can feasibly fight back against, the enemies in the desert, it's already critically underleveled. And there's really no point in training it up, because what do you get for your effort? You get a defensive, pure grass type. Grass is ass. You can't do anything to anyone. The Snivy family stat spread is really weird. It's a fast, defensive Pokemon, which is useful, just not in this game. The Snivy family has a very weird stat spread. We should probably just look at it. Let's go Snivy. Or Superior. Here it is. Let me get this up for you guys. It's not quite right. There we go. No, not quite either. That is not right. Stat window? I want this to say superior, which it does. Why isn't it working? Is it this one? No, it's this one. Hang on. That should work. It does not. Hello? If I minimize it. Minimized? Hey, there we go. And then I do this. Wacha! Okay, and then I just extend this. Advertised. Get out of here. Bro, this ad is so obnoxious. Hello? Okay. That's fine. Okay. The superior line has a very weird stat spread. It's a... Hang on here. The superior line has a very weird stat spread. It's... The superior line has a very weird stat spread. It's a fast, defensive Pokemon that does have uses, but not in an in-game playthrough. Pretty much the only thing it can do is subseeding stuff, which you cannot do in-game. What are you gonna do with these... Whoa. What are you gonna do with the... 75-75 offenses are bad, but maybe it's got some crazy moves to back those numbers up with. Who am I kidding? Of course it doesn't. This is Gen 9, by the way. Let's look at Gen 5. This is beyond redemption. You get grass moves, and you get return. And that's it. And the TMs don't save it either. Best thing you can hope for is you can eventually... Bro, these ads are obnoxious. Best thing you can hope for is eventually you can get move tutored Aqua Tail. That's it. Enormous amounts of... Snivy requires enormous amounts of favoritism for basically no payoff. Snivy requires enormous amounts of favoritism for basically no payoff. There is no point in the game where you will ever say to yourself, wow, I'm glad I picked Snivy. The nicest thing I can say about Snivy is that if you pick Snivy, your rival gets Tepig, and you do some co-op double battles with your rival, and Tepig is pretty good. So the nicest thing about Snivy isn't even about Snivy! I think I missed some microtransactions. So, $5 microtransaction. How about this? Oh, hang on. It looks like we might be able to deal some more grass damage by equipping a Miracle Seed.
Thank you for your generous contribution to Crook's Crusaders. Remember, everyone, miracle seeds sown in-game will be harvested in the post-game. Plant your miracle seeds now.
$5 microtransaction from Hammer of Subtlety, and they say, choosing Snivy means you don't get Embor or Samurott. Unova's finest. $2 microtransaction from DJ Salty Nuts, who says, have you played Pokemon Stadium 2, JP? No, I haven't. Sorry, but that's not really related to what we're talking about, so I can't elaborate. $1.99 from Paulman 5870, who says, superior to finest, all I can spare to bribe you. And then $10. And we got a $10 Miracle Seed from Doll Paul, who says, but what if Snivy got some sort of sacred weapon boost? Surely that would make it good, right? In Black and White 1, we paid $776 to cheat with a Super Snivy. Contrary, quadruple illegal super moves. And you know what? We paid? And we didn't win. This might actually be the first starter ever. This might be the one and only starter in Unova's finest. I think it might actually be that bad. There is no reason why you would ever pick Snivy. I was serious when I said it was worse than Chikorita. Chikorita gets Razor Leaf insanely early. And it's also in Gen 2, which is a much easier game. And it gets stat XP to give it sort of a lead over the opponents. I was dead serious when I said that I think Chikorita is worse than Snivy. Chikorita is in a much easier game. Chikorita gets Razor Leaf very early. Even though it does half damage to almost everything, it still does okay damage. And notably, Chikorita is also in Johto, which is way, way easier. Black and White 2 is one of the hardest games in the franchise. Chikorita also gets stat experience, which really helps patch it up compared to the enemy. So you're going to have a stat lead, whereas Snivy is always going to have a stat deficit. Now listen up, because you're not going to hear this in any other sermons. Chikorita even has a better move pool. Let me repeat that. Chikorita has a better move pool. It gets Body Slam and Earthquake. Snivy can't even say that. And Chikorita, and if you're one of those people who wants to do silly status stall stuff, I don't think it's a good idea. But Chikorita can do it. It does get utility powders. Snivy doesn't. If you want to do the... I gotta change the song. If you want to waste your life stalling the opponent out, you can do that with Chikorita. You can't even do that with Snivy. Snivy doesn't do any damage. Snivy is a pure grass type, so it doesn't do any damage. Snivy is a pure grass type with no moves, so it doesn't do any damage. And it's a pure grass type with no support moves, so it takes a zillion damage. Your best attacking option with Snivy for the vast majority of the game, the only tropium you can say about Snivy is that it gets return earlier than... If we're gonna try and huff some tropium, you could give Snivy return early. You get the return TM immediately after Gym 1, which you might not even beat because you picked Snivy. And Snivy can learn return. You know who else can learn return? And Snivy can learn return without depriving your other teammates of it, because this is Gen 5, which has infinite use TMs. You know who else can use the return TM? And we'll put in the everyone. I think that's it. Disclaimer here. Disclaimer here that I don't think disclaimer here, if you've been screeching at your screen, what about contrary? Disclaimer that we're not counting hidden abilities, because hidden abilities you need to get from grottos, I think. It's just a whole lot of... If you've been screeching at your screen this entire time about If you've been screeching at your screen this entire time, lowering my defense by 2, insisting that Snivy is good, you just need contrary. We're not going to be counting hidden abilities on this list. There's no way to actually access hidden abilities for the vast majority of Pokemon because you need to get them either through events or these really randomized hidden grottos, so we are just not considering them at all. They're beyond the scope of our list. And besides, I think getting them legitimately also involves... Contrary Leaf Storm isn't even that good. I will concede, though, if theoretically you could get Contrary Leaf Storm... I will concede, though, if theoretically you could get Contrary Leaf Storm Snivy in-game, I'd probably put it, yeah, in the lowest tier. It doesn't change anything. You don't even get Leaf Storm until the game is over. If you pick Snivy as your starter, how about you just give yourself a game over? Turn the system off, and save yourself a headache. Unova's finest. Worst starter in Pokemon history, and I would be shocked if we ever sink lower than this. But it is Pokemon, so you never know. Completely useless at every stage of the game and deprives you, completely useless at every stage of the game and actively deprives you of one of the other 2 starters, which are completely useless at every stage of the game and actively deprives you of the other 2 starters, both of whom are much better. There we go. Chespin is way better. Chespin's in a much easier game, and Chespin has a fighting type. There's no way it's worse, even though it's not very good. So those are my raw, uncensored, you could say, pure thoughts. I am a holy man today, of course. So those are my raw, uncensored thoughts. Although to put it in a more modest, how do you say it? If we're gonna be celibate, what's the what's like a church word for like modesty? Pious, okay. Those are my raw, uncensored thoughts on Snivy. Not exactly the most... or Puritan, I guess. Those are my raw, uncensored... Oh, I got it. Those are my raw, uncensored, excommunicated thoughts on Snivy. But to keep things chaste, I guess you could say those are my pure thoughts on Snivy. Now, it may shock you to know this, but I, Krookodile, do accept bribes. Now, it may shock you to hear this, but I, Krookodile, leader of my own... Now, it may shock you to know this, but I, Krookodile, the Dark-type leader of my very own, very legitimate... Now, it may shock you to know this, but I, Krookodile, the Dark-type leader of my very own, very legitimate megachurch. Now, it may shock you to know this, but I, Krookodile, the Dark-type leader of my very own, very legitimate megachurch, I do accept bribes. So I haven't read this yet, but I've been sent a write-up on why... Let me see. Presenter view, does this work? This might work, hang on. How do I haven't used this. Okay. I gotta make sure this is actually in a view that you guys can see. If I change it to here, does this work? And I close this? Almost. Alright, there it is. And I guess I'll censor this in the premium. I've been sent a pamphlet of Snivy propaganda. I haven't actually read this yet, so you're also going to be experiencing this with me. And I will be perfectly honest here. The only reason I am willing to hear this heresy is because the person who made it, Prometheus, is our #1 megachurch donor. Otherwise, I would probably just write this off immediately as nonsense, because I can't imagine there's anything in here that's actually going to convince me. Okay, no, this is not going to work. I mean, this is most of the screen, right? I'm just gonna leave it like this, if that's okay. And I can just shift through it like this. You guys can see this, right? Alright, so this is also my first time seeing this stuff, so I don't know what's actually gonna be said here. This also may or may not be in the premium, because I don't know how long this is going to take. Alright. Alright, time to read through these, or what is it, enemy teachings? Rival denominations script. I'll just say, there's gonna need a lot of I'll just say, there's gonna need to be a lot of power in these points in order for me to change my mind. I'll just say there's gonna need to be a lot of power in these points in order to dredge up Snivy from the depths. Alright, let's start reading. Snivy should be at the very bottom of A tier based on your own criteria and previous rankings of comparable Pokemon. Next slide. Cheese claims that Snivy in Black 2 White 2 is a D tier Pokemon. Even worse. No. Cheese claims that Snivy in Black 2 White 2 is a D tier Pokemon, even Unova's finest. He claims it is the worst performing starter in the series by far, being even worse than the oft criticized Chikorita. But are these claims true? Do they hold up to scrutiny? We'll find out in this extremely high effort presentation that I did not make in a couple hours the night before this stream. Well, I believe you, eh? Next slide. Firstly, we should look at Snivy's performance in-game to see what we're dealing with here. Next slide. Snivy's in-game performance with a chart here. X disadvantage, when Snivy has little it can do in a fight. Triangle neutral, when Snivy doesn't have any particular advantage or disadvantage. Circle advantage, when Snivy can sweep the opponent with a notable type advantage. So we see X 115 30%, Triangle 150 40%, Circle 114 30%. I'm guessing that's number of... I'm guessing the number is number of trainer battles? Now this spread is not great, and what is also not shown here is how this spread develops over the course of the game. Snivy starts out in a hole in terms of performance, which takes a significant time to recover from, like Boyd from FE9, who I think is a good unit, and is also green. A significant number of wins come in the latter half of the game, particularly on the water routes. Now, a normal person would look at this and say, well, if my starter isn't great early game but gets better late game, why wouldn't I just pick a better starter and catch a Pokemon that performs better late game anyways? The answer may shock you. Well, Krookodile is a ground type, so I don't think I'm gonna be shocked. Next slide. Exhibit proof. The Torterra Wars. Cheese has gone on record saying how bad the Turtwig line is in the famous Torterra Wars of the Pokemon Scarlet and Violet the Teal Mask in-game tier list. He asked the question, if Turtwig wasn't a starter, would anyone think it's any good? He claims it embodies all of the worst aspects of an in-game Pokemon. It's slow. It's defensive. Its type is terrible, grass's ass. He ranks it in D tier. This is even considering that Turtwig now gains access to Shell Smash, one of the best buffing moves in the entire series. So considering these points, you would naturally assume that in an in-game run of Turtwig's home game, Pokemon Diamond and Pearl, it would struggle as well. After all of the points above apply to Turtwig in its home game, and it doesn't even have the benefit of an insanely strong buffing move. The only points it would logically get would be availability. It's your starter. Given this information, you would assume that Turtwig in Diamond and Pearl would be ranked maybe B tier or A tier at most. A similar ranking to Chikorita, considering that while Turtwig is much better offensively, it lacks speed and does not have stat XP as a crutch like Chikorita does. However, it gains natural EQ and a ground typing, which is quite good for in-game. So where does Cheese rank it? Next slide. Let's see Cheese's ranking of this Pokemon, I believe referring to Turtwig. A very solid Pokemon from start to finish. What a surprising statement. So why does Turtwig get an S tier placement in its home game? According to Cheese, it's because... Oh, it's a video link? Okay, hang on. Oh, apparently it's a video link. Oh, this is gonna make, like, formatting errors. Oh, we can try this. Let's see Cheese's ranking of this Pokemon. Apparently it's a video link, but this has been vetted by one of our high priests. Gotta make sure you guys can actually see this. I think Turtwig is, hang on. Turtwig is not B. Let me just say that I don't have enough USB slots to actually use my webcam, my mic, and my mouse. So I actually want to put Turtwig in S. Begrudgingly. I don't think it's like an incredible Pokemon, but it is very solid from start to finish. I think Turtwig is ancient clip. This was back when the congregation had just started. I think I was still under 1,000 subs when we made this. Blasted from the past. Oh, let's... There we go. I guess intermission for a $10 microtransaction from Aliende, who says, move Snivy up one space from D to slightly higher D for his performance in the anime, where he beat a level 100 Pikachu. The anime would never make us think a weak Pokemon is strong, right? No, never. How did he defeat Pikachu? Well, there is the... Blasted from the past. Blasted from the past. It does indeed seem like those were my words. Next slide, please. A very solid Pokemon from start to finish. What a surprising statement. So why does Turtwig get an S tier placement in its home game? According to Cheese, it's because Turtwig gains the ground type, and that means Stab Earthquake. And you can't really go wrong with Stab EQ in a Pokemon that's available from the start of the game. That seems like a very reasonable statement from a famously reasonable man who doesn't spend 12 hours at a time talking about 20-year-old children's games. What's interesting here is the claim that Turtwig is solid from start to finish. Based on his tiering criteria and his claims about Turtwig in the Scarlet and Violet tier list, despite its advantage with Shell Smash, Turtwig in Gen 4 somehow escapes all of that and makes it all the way to S tier. Clearly, we need to further analyze this reasoning. Next slide, please. Why does Turtwig get an S tier placement? The claim is simple. Natural EQ in a Pokemon you start the game with, and another strong stab option in Woodhammer. Now this makes sense at a glance. EQ is one of the best moves in the series, and a Pokemon with as much attack as Torterra should be reliably killing enemies in one EQ or Woodhammer. Compared to Snivy, it seems obvious. Snivy does not get a good secondary typing, and is stuck with weaker moves, right? The damage calculation. Torterra's moves, Earthquake. Okay, apparently they're hitting Arceus here. The damage calculation. We have Torterra Earthquaking Arceus versus Superior Leaf Blading Arceus. This data assumes that both Pokemon have an average attack IV, 22, an average amount of attack EVs expected throughout an in-game run, 100, and an attack-boosting nature. Snivy is also at +1 attack from Coil, while Torterra has no boost. With these factors, Snivy's Leaf Blade is exactly comparable in strength to a Torterra EQ. But I hear you ask, how is it fair to compare a boosted Snivy to unboosted Torterra? I'll explain. So, again, I don't know what's happening next, but at the moment I am not convinced, because to me this just looks really, really, really bad. Not to mention, this is a ground move, this is a grass move, but let's see what else they have in store for us. Next slide, please. Turn order and time taken in Battle 1. The reason you don't want to be slow in Pokemon is because it allows the opponent to act. Not only do you have to weather unnecessary attacks, you also have to deal with status moves and other annoyances. However, regardless of the action the enemy takes, in terms of time taken in battle, it only matters that the enemy gets an action at all. This effectively doubles the number of actions, or turns as I will refer to it as, that a battle takes. For example, a battle against a foe with 3 Pokemon takes 3 turns if you move first and KO a Pokemon with each action. If you move second, this doubles the turn count to 6. Each enemy gets an action, significantly slowing down the pace of the game. As the goal of an in-game run is to play fairly quickly and efficiently, moving second is a huge burden. I might be misunderstanding this, but are they saying that it doesn't matter what action the enemy actually takes? Because it absolutely does. If they reduce your stats, or inflict you with a status condition, or just kill you, those are all very bad. But I might be misunderstanding this. Next slide, please. So how does this apply to Superior getting a buff for its damage calculation? It's simple. Superior has 113 base speed, more than enough to outspeed essentially every enemy you fight. Torterra, on the other hand, has a pitiful 56 speed, which Cheese has directly acknowledged is too slow. If you have a Pokemon that moves second but kills the enemy without a buff, and a Pokemon that moves first but requires a buff to kill the enemy, the more Pokemon the enemy has, the more efficient the buffer is going to be over the slow Pokemon. But what exactly is the difference in turns taken? Next slide, please. Turn order and time taken in Battle 3. So we have a chart here. A slow non-buffer facing up to 6 Pokemon. The slow non-buffer fighting 1 Pokemon has 2 turns taken, 2 Pokemon 4 turns taken, 3 Pokemon 6 turns taken, 4 Pokemon 8 turns taken, 5 Pokemon 10 turns taken, 6 Pokemon 12 turns taken. So just 2 turns per Pokemon, assuming they always move second. For the fast buffer and the number of... For the fast buffer on Pokemon number 1, you take 3 turns because you have to buff. Second Pokemon, you take 4 turns. Third Pokemon, you take 5 turns. Fourth Pokemon, you take 6 turns. Fifth Pokemon, you take 7 turns. And sixth Pokemon, you take 8 turns. As you can see, at 1 Pokemon being unbuffed, is better. At 2 Pokemon, both take the same number of turns. At 3 or more Pokemon, the buffer becomes more efficient. So the breakpoint is 3 or more. Is what they're claiming. Next slide, please. So when it comes to the Pokemon most efficient at clearing battles, Torterra only consistently wins against foes with only 1 Pokemon. Now there are some complicating factors here. Firstly, Ground is a much better offensive type than Grass. This means for a number of fights, Superior might have to buff more than once to sweep using a neutral move like Return. Second, Torterra won't always go second. You do have level advantage and EVs, and while they aren't as strong as the old stat XP system, they can give you the boost you need. In addition, EQ allows Torterra to potentially beat a common grass counter, Fire. This is mitigated somewhat by Torterra's lack of speed. But it means that Torterra has much better coverage than Superior, right? After all, only hitting with grass and normal moves leaves you at a huge disadvantage. Regardless of what lies ahead on this PowerPoint, I do want to give them credit for these acknowledgements, because this pretty much is stuff I was going to try and say. So yes, I do agree with all of these points here. Next slide, please. Aqua Tail! Black 2, White 2 allows Superior to learn Aqua Tail in Lentimus Town after the 6th badge. You can also pick up some Lentimus Bread, where 1 bite can fill the stomach of a grown man. Aqua Tail single-handedly saves Superior from the lower tiers. This is ridiculous, right? Superior doesn't have any hands. Superior easily has a delta of at least 30 between good matchups and neutral/poor matchups from this one move. It means that Superior now beats fire types that would otherwise stomp it, as even an unboosted Aqua Tail is enough to kill them. I can directly attest to this from my own recent playthrough of Black 2, White 2, where Superior constantly... I can directly attest to this from my own recent playthrough of Black 2, White 2, where Superior consistently one-shot enemy fire types with an unboosted Aqua Tail. The 90% accuracy also is not a significant factor because Coil boosts your accuracy. This also opens up Iron Tail as a potential option, but the only Pokemon it would be effective against that you aren't already effective against are Ice types. And the most common Ice types you fight in the game are Zinzolins, Cryogonal, and Weavile, neither of which have any physical bulk to even survive an unboosted Leaf Blade. Next slide, please. With all of this being said, the last thing to look at is Turtwig's matchup spread in its own game. If Turtwig really is S tier and Snivy really is as low as D tier, then Turtwig must have a significantly better matchup spread in the main story. Note that this spread is based on Diamond Pearl, not Platinum, as they are the games that Cheese considered when ranking Turtwig. Next slide, please. Turtwig's in-game performance, and this is using the same Legends Arceus confirmed. Turtwig's in-game performance, and this is using the same Legend as previously. Anybody else excited for Legends ZA? Or Legends X Triangle Circle? 80%. So 24% disadvantage, 47% neutral, 29% advantage. What's notable about this is that Turtwig has a very similar percentage of good matchups and a slightly lower number of bad matchups. In return, it has far more neutral matchups. This is almost entirely due to the enemy teams in Diamond and Pearl being very samey, as the Pokedex is so much smaller. It should be noted that if I were to use Platinum as the base for this, it would look significantly worse for Turtwig. Overall, however, Turtwig has a slight advantage in matchup spread throughout the game. I believe I was also exceedingly generous in what I considered to be neutral matchups. What is important to note is that Turtwig suffers heavily from its speed. Snivy can at least fall back on outspeeding and buffing with Coil to win harder fights. Meanwhile, even in its good fights, Torterra is constantly taking chip damage. This significantly slows down the pace of the game, even more so if you are forced to use Woodhammer in fights, as the recoil makes this problem worse. Next slide, please. Comparison in matchup spread. So these are the same charts from earlier, but now laid side by side. Comparison in matchup spread. So these are the same charts from earlier, but this time laid side to side. As you can see, Turtwig does not have a massive matchup spread advantage from its secondary ground typing. It should also be noted that Diamond Pearl are the slowest games in the series, and in a significant number of its fights, it will be moving second. This means a significant amount of extra weighting from the horrendously slow battle speed. However, Turtwig ultimately retains the overall advantage in in-game performance. Next slide, please. Conclusions. With all of this said, I do recognize that Turtwig is better than Snivy. Specifically, it has a notably better early game performance with Rourke being the first gym leader, and I do understand that the early game is the most important time for your starter. However, the overall performance of Snivy is at least comparable to Turtwig. Considering that Turtwig is all the way in S tier, I cannot understand how Snivy, whose performance is only slightly worse, is somehow all the way down in D tier or even in the finest. If you are being honest and consistent with your ranking as you have previously established, Snivy should be at the bottom of A tier. It has perfect availability and its overall game performance is about 1 tier lower than Turtwig. Since Turtwig is an S tier Pokemon, Snivy therefore should end up in A tier. To put him any lower would be to reveal that you have no consistent standard for your tierings. And you just have a personal grudge, bad move by the way, against Snivy and are preying on his downfall. I don't think this is a typo, I think this is an intentional pun. You know what you need to do. Move Snivy up to where he belongs, else you prove to the world that you are a charlatan who cannot be trusted, a coward, a cretin, a crook. Thanks for listening. Also, please play Hollow Knight Silksong. It comes out in 2 weeks and it's going to be peak easy goatee. I'll be topical It'll be topical, you'll get so many views probably, or maybe it'll ruin your metrics because you're randomly playing a completely different game to what your core audience watches, but I don't really care about that. I'll always be here, and do you really need anyone else? Or play Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Sky, that would also be peak. I stand accused. So I stand accused. To sum up the accusation, if I don't either lower Turtwig or raise Snivy, then my rankings are inconsistent, and I would be... So to sum up the accusation, So to sum up the accusations against me, I'm being pestered to either drop Turtwig or raise Snivy in the rankings, or else I am guilty of criminal actions and inconsistent tierings. Well, I've got news for you. I stand accused of being a crook. Well, I've got news for you. I am a crook! Yeah. I'm not convinced.
What have you done? The human body can't handle that much tropium. We're losing him. I need 2 lava cookies, a full restore, 3 raspberries. He's gone.
I think Snivy is in a much... I mean, I don't really think I have anything else to say. I'm not convinced, I'm sorry. You want my final confession? If I had the choice... You want my final confession? If I had the choice between demoting Diamond and Pearl Turtwig or promoting Black and White 2 Snivy, I would demote Diamond and Pearl Turtwig to B. As for Black and White 2 Snivy, Unova's finest. Worst starter in the series. I think that's it. I don't really have anything else to say. Snivy can't be that bad. I mean, we spent a lot of time talking about how useless this thing was. It really can't do anything. I also think the PowerPoint really, really undersold how much better Stab Earthquake is than nothing, which is what Snivy gets. The Snivy skirmishes. Well, thank you for your contributions. I read out the entire list. I read out all the points. I'm sorry, I am not convinced. I still think Snivy is unacceptable. Such a shame. I'm being financially blackmailed to change Snivy's... I'm being financially blackmailed to change Snivy's placement. I am a man of the cloth. I have poor physical defense. I will not budge. The Snivy Schism. Prometheus nailed his 9-slide PowerPoint to Crook's door and was rebuked. His spells are going to cost more next turn. If anything, Snivy's crimes have now extended to retroactively lowering the ranking of another grass type. At least Snivy finally did something. Even if it was to hurt other members of the greenhouse. $2 microtransaction from Shadow Chozu says he tried using math against a Fire Emblem player. Well, if you've seen my Fire Emblem playthroughs, maybe I'm not that good at Fire Emblem math. And a $5 microtransaction from Metagrave, proposing a Snivy tier below the finest. Nothing fine about this dude. Not even the finest. Snivy Abyss, like the Abyss. Snivy the Sealed. $5 microtransaction from I'm here to lurk and steal memes. 46. Lowering Turtwig's placement was the most damage Snivy has done. Yeah. It is unfortunate that my holy words have not been heeded. I'm sorry. I will not compromise my principles for coin, okay? $5 microtransaction from Darkwellor BZ, who says, Snivy here should get its own bottom tier. It's worse than Simisage in Black and White, and it'd be worse than Leafeon if it was in Gale of Dorkness. Well, luckily, it's not in Gale of Dorkness. The Snivy Schism. Do we XXX communicate him? That's pretty salacious. Abysswalker Snivy. It was so bad, I'd rather use Litwick. Litwick's good. I mean, it's gonna be the top of Unova's finest. I don't think we have anything else to say about Snivy. Don't look so smug, Leaf. I know what you're thinking. We actually did, in our most recent Black and White 2 Pray to Win Crusade, we actually did replace Snivy with Turtwig. We used a special Turtwig with divine powers. We used a special Turtwig with divine holy blood powers, and it was borderline unusable. This is a Pokemon acknowledged by detractors as already better than Snivy. Our Torterra eventually met a grim but well-deserved fate. A fate cruel enough for Snivy? Well, I can't show you that on YouTube. Well, you can't show that on YouTube. That's probably the last thing we'll say for Snivy. Well, thank you, Prometheus. It was a valiant effort, but I'm sorry, I'm not convinced. At the end of the day, who you gonna trust? At the end of the day, who you gonna trust? Neighborhood hero. At the end of the day, who you gonna trust? At the end of the day, who you gonna trust? Your friendly father Krookodile. Or a snake. And there's like a drug PSA where like a drug dealer like morphs into a snake. And then he says like, do I look like the kind of guy who would lie to a kid like you? I think we'll put that in. I think that's everything we have to say about Snivy. It's very, very, very bad. Alright, next. 4 hours and 1... 4 hours and 1... 4 hours and 1 Pokemon ranked. Four hours and 1 Pokemon ranked in the live. Patience is a virtue. We are very, very... 4 hours and 1 Pokemon ranked. Patience is a virtue. 4 hours. In the live, it's been 4 hours and we've ranked 1 Pokemon. Never question our piety, okay? Patience is a virtue. I think it's this one I want. Tepig! Tepig! It's always a special moment when someone chooses the fire starter.
Oh, who is he gonna choose?
Soybean prices haven't been this high in 7 years.
I love Charmander.
Oh, hang on. Fire... Tepig is your Unova option as a fire starter. Starts as a pure fire type. Gains the fighting secondary typing as early as Pignite. Tepig is your Unova fire type option. Does gain a dual type. It gains the fighting typing as early as the does gain a secondary type, gains the fighting type as early as the Pignite evolution. Stats-wise, it has the Haram stat distribution. Stats-wise, it has the Haram distribution. We can just show it, right? Embor. Where are we? Is it this one? Hello? Ah, there we go. Why is this not showing the whole thing? This might be why. Ah, there we go. Okay. Stats-wise, this distribution is haram. Stats-wise, this distribution is haram. This is the very worst kind of fake bulk. Good attacking stats, but unacceptable defenses and speed. Maybe he's a missionary from the Hoenn homies. Its move pool is actually... I wouldn't exactly describe its move pool as kosher either. You're almost mandated to use Flame Charge in order to be able to, I'm not even going to say outspeed, just sort of match up to enemy speed. The biggest issue is arm thrust being your best level up fighting option. That's unacceptable. I'm not sure if I would call this moveset kosher either. You're pretty much mandated to use Flame Charge in order to not even outspeed, just barely keep pace with your enemies. And Arm Thrust as your best level up fighting option is unacceptable. You eventually get some pretty decent TM options, but remember that all of this is going on a super slow, super frail template in a game where everyone is trying to cull the wild boar population. You will die immediately against any competent opponent, of which this game has several. Great typing, pretty good TM options, way too slow. Great typing, pretty good TM options, and it's a starter, so ordinarily I would put that in S, but it is way too slow. There's going to be quite a few fights where you just die before you can do anything, and you can forget about sweeping most teams without wasting turns using Flame Charge. Not to mention, this is a fighting type that can't actually reach all of those birds that are flitting around. I'm gonna put it in A, which for most Pokemon would be pretty good, but for a starter, that's actually pretty bad. But don't cry, Tepig. I'm sure your path to redemption lies... Dry those tears, Tepig. Your path to redemption is a short one. I'm sure you'll be extremely viable in Legends Z-Day. I have no idea. That's probably it for Tepig, right? I don't think we have anything else to say. Good type. Bad level up move pools. Good TMs. Way too slow. Or we can just do this. Don't despair, Tepig. I'm sure you'll bring home the bacon as one of a... Don't despair, Tepig. I'm sure you'll bring home the bacon as one of the starter options in Pokemon Legends Z-Day. That's all I have to say about Tepig. Depends on whether or not speed actually matters in that game. Depends on whether or not speed actually matters. Depends on whether or not speed actually matters in the battle system. Depends on whether or not speed actually matters in the battle system. A demo confirmed it. Just from what I've seen of the demo, it looks extremely jank. It looks horrible, but I guess I'll have to play it and see. According to the demo, speed determines move cooldowns? Okay. Don't despair, Tepig. I'm sure you'll bring home the bacon in Pokemon Legends Z-Day. Yeah, you have bad speed, but... You might have bad speed, but the only thing that speed affects in ZA is move cooldown. And cooldown reduction has never been important in real-time action RPGs. There we go. I guess just a note about Z-Day, because I don't think we're going to finish this today anyway. Just a note about Z-Day from what I've seen in the demo, like, wow, it looks horrible. Like, it just looks super janky. It's what I feared, that you can't control the Pokemon, right? The Pokemon just follows you. That's going to be extremely janky. And what it looks like it's really missing is all of these action RPGs, like MMO hotkey combat. I love that stuff. All of those games, you have your active abilities, and then what else do you have? When you're not using an active ability, you auto attack, right? There's no auto attack. Maybe you're just supposed to switch? But it looks like you just position for your moves, use them, and then, like, wait for your moves to recharge. Where's the auto attack? Like, you need an auto attack to fill in the gaps. There's an MMO I know that actually did not have an auto attack feature. It's called Final Fantasy XIV 1.0. The game that was so bad, it almost killed Square Enix. And they had to, in-universe, destroy the game in order to remake it. So I'm sure Legends ZA will be fine without an auto-attack feature. Oshawott! Oh, I should maybe say this about Tepig. One downside for Tepig. Oh no, it's a downside for Oshawott. 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 If you're tired of long-winded Oshawott. If you're tired of super long-winded, overly detailed and rambly Pokemon rankings, then you'll appreciate this one. Oshawott. It's a water type. But you start with it, so it's probably better than you expect. Oshawott. It's a water type. Water's a good type. And but you start with it. So it gets a little bonus. There you go. This is one of the most nothing starters ever. Here's the stats. They're fine. They're good enough. Nothing exciting. Here's the moves. They're fine. They're good enough. Nothing exciting. Level 17 Razor Shell's pretty good. I just don't have anything to say about this. It's a water type. It's fine. Asha, what are you gonna... To revive an ancient meme, what are you gonna say about this thing? Yeah, it's a water type. It's fine. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. To revive an ancient meme, what are you gonna say about this thing? It's Unovan Blastoise. It's a water type and you start with it, so it's probably pretty good. Shame about the quadrupedal final Evo. I would say that when it comes to points of interest, Oshawott doesn't have a leg to stand on. But unfortunately it does. It has 4. What a wasted final Evo design. So much wasted potential. And they had a chance with Hisuian Samurott, and they wasted it again! They just put some black... They just drew on the horn with like a black marker. They had a chance at redemption with Hisuian Samurott. They had a chance at redemption with Hisuian Samurott. And they wasted it again! They just doodled on the horn with a Sharpie and called it a dragon type! Oh, dark type. They had a chance at redemption with Hisuian Samurott. And they wasted it again! They just doodled on the horn with a black Sharpie and called it a dark type! Oh. Did I miss a mega transaction? Or I did, sorry. Slapstick comedy. 2652 with a $10 macrotransaction. Fun fact, Black and White 2 speedruns are likely one of the only speedrun categories where the speedrunners ditched the starter for a better Pokemon. Originally, it was just Tepig. I'm not sure if I would blame the starters for that, though, because there's some pretty busted Pokemon that you can catch. Although I am biased. That's it for Oshawott. This thing is so boring. It's an OSHA violation. That's it for Oshawott. This thing is so boring. It's an OSHA violation. Must be why they call it Oshawott. I think OSHA is workplace safety? Well, this is my job, so... It's boring, and that's hazardous to my health. $10 macrotransaction from Super Silver Serpent with a Pikachu profile. It's a bit confusing. Gen 5 is my favorite, but the starters are all repeat types with bad stats. I'm giving you money to complain about the 2 monotypes when everyone was crying about the 3rd firefighting. Oh yeah. The Gen 5 starters really could not have come at a worse time. Extremely boring pure grass type. Extremely boring pure water type, and the 3rd firefighting type in a row, along with trash and ice cream, it was the perfect storm to alienate true Pokemon fans like myself, and push us away from the franchise. Stronger starters could have really helped save the reputation of Gen 5. If we wanna... to find even more things wrong in the world to blame Snivy for, Snivy also nerfs Oshawott. Because if you pick Oshawott, your rival who you have to team up with gets Snivy, who is useless. Thanks for the help, Snivy. Oshawott is medium enough, and now he needs to deal with... Oshawott is medium enough, and now it has to essentially fight 2v1 in doubles with your rival. Thanks for the assist, Snivy. Five-hit pin missile from Metagrave. Thanks for that 5-hit pin missile. I think that's it for Oshawott. We really don't have anything to say about it. Patrat. Patrat. Amongst the most hated of the... Patrat. Amongst the most... Patrat. Probably the most hated Route 1 rodent. I don't know anybody who likes this thing. And those... I don't know anyone who likes this thing, and for good reason. You can see the crazy in those eyes. Extremely slow, extremely outclassed by almost everything. The only thing saving it from the finest. The only two things saving it from the finest are availability. It's super early, pretty much immediately. The only thing saving it from fate, the only thing saving it from being faded to the finest, the only things saving it from being faded to the finest, the only thing saving it from having its fate sealed amongst the finest, or how about this? The only things that save it from being consigned to the finest are that it has very good availability. It's available basically immediately. And stab return after the first gym. If it wasn't for that, it would be one of the worst Pokemon in the game. Instead, it's just really bad. I hear that Matt Patrad is running for the Senate or some sort of political position. Not sure I would vote for them. It is an early way to access hypnosis, which is one of the crappiest ways to help boost your catch chance, but that's something. Meow. Meow. Purr. Loin. Much of the story of Black and White 2 revolves around your rival trying to recover his sister's long-lost Purloin, which was filched by the nefarious Team Plasma. It makes the entire game's story kind of ridiculous, because why would you ever want to use this thing? You wouldn't. It's really fast. It's really fast, so it moves first. And then what? Utterly useless. This thing... Utterly useless. Lipard. It's decently fast, so it probably moves first. And then what? Maybe it's got some... Maybe it's like other early root Pokemon in that it gets a powerful stab move ahead of the curve. Nope. Pursuit from level 15 until level 43. We have no cats, Kathleen. We have no cats, Kathleen. Some were brought in. We have no cats, Kathleen. Some were brought in to be put up for adoption. No. Some were brought in to be put... Don't say that Lipard is catching strays, okay? Don't say that Lipard is catching strays, okay? I recommend immediate euthanasia. There is no saving this thing. Don't say that Lipard is catching strays. I caught this stray, and I recommend immediate euthanasia. Beyond redemption, Unova's finest. Oh, we could say this. Don't say that Lipard is catching strays. I caught this stray, and I brought it to the pound. Pound as a level up move might unironically be an upgrade. Put this thing up for adoption? I recommend immediate euthanasia. There is no saving this thing. It's best for all parties involved if we make the end merciful. It's best for all parties involved if it meets a merciful end. Quickly and quietly. Or how about this? I recommend immediate euthanasia. It's a cat, not a dog, but you should Old Yeller it. I think that's it for Purloin. Purloin is well known for the dive cat's shenanigans, and it appears to be mid-dive because, yeah, it's in the lowest tier. Lillipup! There's an extreme whiplash in quality between the Route 1 vermin of Gen 5, because while these two bozos are borderline useless, Lillipup is arguably the best Route 1 vermin in the entire franchise? Did you know that there are no rules in the League Challenge Handbook that say that a dog can't Pokemon battle?
In any case, just put that out of your mind for now.
It's a good boy!
Part of the job for mercenaries like us. Letting your mind wander is a sure way to get yourself killed.
Really helped out. Lillipup line has very solid stats throughout each of its evolutions. Those evolutions come at good times when you need the power spikes. And Lillipup has very solid stats all throughout its evolution line. Those evolutions into Stoutland and Herdier come at good times when you do appreciate the power spike. It's got Intimidate, which is a very nice ability. It has Intimidate, which is a very nice ability. It has Pickup early for some night. It has Pickup and Intimidate as options, both of which have very good utility. And it has Stab Return. And it has Stab Return as early as right after the first gym. It's by far the best user of that. It's almost like a second pseudo starter. It's almost like a second pseudo starter. Very useful to have in reserve as a Pokemon that can do something to most opponents. I do think that Stoutland is overall very overrated. Even though I am putting it in the A tier, I am saying it's good. But it's good for a Route 1 Vermin. These are the Stoutland stats. They are overall quite mediocre. And Stoutland very much suffers from being a mono-normal type. It will, at best, be neutral against the opponent, and very often, it is in fact disadvantaged. Don't forget that in Unova, everybody's got their black belt from the McDojos. They are all itching to rank up. They are all itching to increase their puppy. Everyone is itching to increase their puppy pummeler MMR. And Stoutland is a prime target. You can't punch through these enemy fighting types, but they can definitely punch through you. Capped at A for the Lillipup line, but there's no shame in that. I'd say he's still a good boy. I don't think there's anything else to say about Lillipup. It's just very solid. Pidove! Snake Man versus Arbok. I guess this is for Stoutland. $10 Mac transaction from Snake Man versus Arbok. Arbok is not in this game. Brief argument for S. Amazing availability, return stab after first gym, can be a good H employee, makes it very good for in-game, if not falling off later. It's kinda like Nidoking. I was sorta with you until the end. No, Nidoking is way better. Nidoking is in an easier game, and Nidoking has way better moves. Nidoking never falls off. Stoutland falls off pretty hard. $2 from Shadow Chozo, who says, cast it into the fire! Destroy it! I'm assuming you mean Pidove and not Stoutland, right? I'm sorry, I'm not feeling Lillipup in S. I think by the time we show the other Pokemon in S, you'll hopefully agree, but we'll maybe reevaluate at the end. I don't think Lillipup in S is insane or anything, but the overall quality of Unova Pokemon is very high. For context, I will be putting Darmanitan in S. Pidove, the common pigeon. Pidove, the common pigeon. You find these rats with wings everywhere. But you know what? I think Pidove gets a bad rap. Speaking of bad rap.
Hello? Is this thing on? Is there anyone out there? Am I all alone? I need a bigger axe.
Ever been to a church where they played rap music? I think Pidove. I think that the Pidove line is overhated and underrated. It's Dollar Store Staraptor, but Staraptor is really good. I think Pidove is fine. Do note, this is only in Black and White 2, and basically as a normal type that doesn't get hit by ground moves. If Pidove did not have almost instant stab return, then it would probably be... If Pidove did not have almost instant stab return, then it would not be flying even this high, it would be... here. And that might be being generous. But Pidove is fine. Have you guys seen? Oh no. The Pidove, what do we call this conflict? The Unpheasant. B is an average. Pidove Discourse. Unpheasant. Everybody in the congregation is hollering that B is too high. I have heard your complaints. I am unfazed. This unpheasant uprising will be put down. I'm showing you guys the stats. Here's Unfazon's stats. They're fine. 105 attack, 93 speed. That's fine. They're better than Stoutlands, who everybody was clamoring for me to put even higher than A. And yet you're saying that B for Unfazant is too high? Now, despite being a normal flying type, Unfazant may as well just be a normal type. Like, look at this. This is a joke. It actually has a pretty good flying move pool. Unfortunately, been playing too much Xenoblade. They're really obsessed with Air Slash. Why are these special attacks? Really wishes it had acrobatics. Really wishes it had acrobatics. If it had acrobatics, I would probably give it an A, but an aerial ace up your sleeves is not gonna cut it. Even though it is actually a slashing move. The move pool is horrible. Make no mistake, the move pool is horrible. It's just a stab return bot. I think immediately available stab return bot with okay stats is B. How often are you using a move on Stoutland that is not return? You all lack faith. I am appalled by your lack of faith. The humble pigeon continues to be pelted by... The humble pigeon continues to endure harsh words and stones thrown by the jeering crowd. It is weak to those stones. I'm not saying it's good. I'm saying it's okay. I'm not saying this thing is good. I'm saying it's acceptable. Purely on the back of immediate stab return. That's it. Any other game, any other context, I agree, this thing is medium. It's very lucky that it's in a black and white 2 tier list. B tier. $5 microtransaction from Jake. $5 microtransaction from Jake. $5 microtransaction from Jacob McBaggins, who says, Pidove at least needs to be at the rock bottom of B tier. Oh, probably. Yeah. I'm not too excited about this thing. Tons of holy art features divine doves. Doves are pigeons. Pigeons are doves. I will not forsake you, Pidove. I will not forsake you, Pidove. Especially because you're so delicious. In Egypt, we pretty regularly eat pigeons. They're very tasty. Issue is there isn't much meat. But hey, we can't eat Tepig, so we gotta eat something else, right? Anyone else ever eaten pigeon? It's pretty good. Swaddle. I wish I could say this was so-so. Swaddle. Wish I could say it was so-so, but the icon is a bit of a spoiler. Hey, it's better than Snivy. If you want a deep dive into Swaddle, check out Beginner Bugs, where we spend maybe 10 to 15 minutes extolling the virtues of the Swaddle line. And it does have some. Okay, the universe is very mad that I'm... Okay. The universe is very mad that I was ranking Leaveney poorly. These stats... actually very similar to all of the stats that we've seen so far, right? They're all around this speed, they're all around this attack, except for Snivy. So yeah, better stats than Snivy. Very good stats for a bug that you would expect to have horrendous stats, but not good stats overall. So, what's the issue with Leaveney? Why am I putting it in the lowest tier? This is why. Grass bug typing is diabolical. This is the worst typing in the entire franchise. Ads. This is the issue. Grass bug typing is diabolical. This is the worst typing in the entire franchise. It is worse than Rock Steel. It is worse than Rock Ice. It is worse than any single pure type. Bug and grass are a horrendous combination. They don't cover their weaknesses at all. They don't cover their weaknesses at all. In fact, they compound them. And offensively, they hit the exact same stuff for half damage. As a bug grass type, you can't do anything to anyone. Apparently in this advertisement, you can choose from 3 varieties. Well, according to this advertisement, you can choose from 3 varieties. Well, I definitely won't be picking this. Absolutely horrendous. Absolutely horrendous matchups against almost everything in the game. To try and find the light regarding the Leaveney line. To try and find the light regarding the Leaveney line. The evolution... To try and find the light about Leaveney, the evolution to Leaveney is friendship. So by the time you reach Swadloon, you're almost certainly friendly enough to immediately reach Leaveney, which will give you good stats for that point in the game. Unfortunately, those stats are sewn onto the worst typing in the franchise. You are completely useless in almost every matchup. There's a zillion flying types that instantly kill you. You can't hide in a triple battle because flying moves can snipe you from any position. The one thing that a grass type might be able to do, which would be kill rock and ground types maybe, a lot of those one thing that grass types can kind of do is kill rock types, except that you're a physical attacker, so you're going to be hitting their much better defensive stat. You might not even... One thing that grass types can try and do is they can deal effective damage to rock types, except that all of those rock types have sturdy, so you can't kill them in one hit, and you might not even knock them down to sturdy because you're going to be... And you might not even knock them down to sturdy because they tend to be physically defensive and you're a physical attacker. So you deal pretty good but not amazing damage to them, and then they squash you because you're a bug type. I do think it's better than Patrat. I would agree, except Patrat has stab return. Don't trust your kids with this nanny. Oh. 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 Technical difficulties. That's what I deserve for making fun of the bug type. Well, there's a bug... Oh, that's what I deserve for... That's what I deserve for mocking Bug Stab. Probably about the most damage you'll see a bug type move deal. Leaveney? More like... Leaveney is supposed to be the caretaker. I don't want to babysit this thing. Unova's finest. Leaveney? More like... Oh, okay. Don't trust your kids. Don't leave your kids with this nanny. Leaveney, more like leave me alone. Leaveney, more like... Is there like a babysitter review site or something? Oh, Skrelp review, like Yelp. Swaddle on out of here. Leave this place and never return. Now leave this place. And never return. Don't trust your kids with this nanny. Leave-any. Leave is right. You really shouldn't use Leaveney here. It's cold. They're weak to ice. And then I'll put in the... There's a part of it's a WoW cinematic where on top of the frozen throne, the new Lich King says, "Leave this place and never return." Or maybe I could say, yeah, it doesn't get stab return. So true. I think that'll work, yeah. So true. So true. It should leave this place, because it's weak to ice. And it also doesn't make good use of return. 2008 Blizzard sure was great. 2008 Blizzard was so prescient. There we go. Sunkern. It's like Leaveney, except nobody's gonna try and defend this. Unova's finest. Pure grass? Pure ass. Literally worst stats in the franchise. Until you get the Sunstone in Nimbasa City. What are your stats after you blossom? What do we say about the sun? Something about like the sunset. Are you winning, Sunflora? No. Now this is one sun that I wouldn't praise. Looking for group. Looking for group, Sunkern Temple. Anyone? Anyone want to run Sunkern Temple? Anyone for Sunkern Temple? Sunkern Temple, anyone? I think that's the end of Sunkern. Sunk. How many more do we have? Uh-oh. It's been... we still have 6 hours. We can maybe do it. Mareep! Mareep! Ampharos apologists are stuck in Gen 2. They still think this thing is good. But it's not. It's just okay. Oh, we can do that. Mareep! Ampharos apologists are still stuck in Gen 2, in an endless slumber. Mareep! Ampharos apologists. Ampharos apologists are still stuck in Gen 2, in an endless slumber, under the illusion that Ampharos is still good. Wake up, Mareeple! Ampharos is not good. It's just okay. It is good in Gen 2, where it has stat XP buffing up its... It is good in Gen 2, where it has stat XP buffing up its terrible speed, and also because it's registered for the Elemental Punch-Out League. For some very nice coverage. In Black and White 2, even though it is available early on Flakessi Ranch, it is way too slow, so you are going to get clobbered on most turns. And although it is beefy for an electric type, even though it's actually lamb, not beef, it is definitely not bulky enough to take repeated punches from the heavyweights in Black and White 2. And it's not strong enough to guaranteed kill on its counterattacks. And as with many other electric types, it gets electric moves and nothing else. Which isn't the worst monotype to be locked into, but it certainly would have appreciated more coverage. Why is it not C tier? Electric's a good type. Do people think B or C? No other suggestions, right? It's certainly one of those two. B. Mostly B, okay. Looks like B. Final rating for Mareep. Ampharos starts with A, but we're slapping Mareep. Ampharos starts with an A, but we're slapping it with a B. Ah. Ampharos starts with A, but we're gonna slap it with a B. Bah. I mean, does that work? I think that's it, right? All right. It's been 5.5 hours in real time, and we've ranked 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 Pokemon. Here's Psyduck. C tier. It's a water type. Next. Or we can do this. In the live crusade, it has been 5.5 hours, and we have ranked 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 Pokemon. Psyduck's greatest contribution is how easy it is to ignore. Psyduck. C tier. It's a water type. If you pray to win with hundreds of dollars to give it drizzle through very legitimate holy means, if you pray to win with hundreds of dollars to bless it with the very legitimate drizzle ability, then it's pretty good. Water type is good? Water type is good? You probably want a water type option. Water type is good? You probably want a water type option. If you didn't pick Oshawott, Psyduck is one of the only water types you have until you get Surf. Would I give my kingdom for a glass of water? My kingdom for a glass of water type. I'm not that thirsty. When you're thirsty, you'll drink anything, right? Would you even drink Psyduck water? I don't really know what that means. I'm just saying it's mediocre. Azurill! Azurill! It's not actually a water type. Azurill! It's not actually a water type. But it evolves into a water type. Marill! With high friendship. And then it evolves again very quickly into Azumarill at level 18. So probably by the time you get to the Marill friendship, you're ready to go to Azumarill. Marill line gets buffed throughout the franchise. We are currently not quite at peak power, but we do have pure power. We don't have the super busted fairy type secondary. We don't have the super busted secondary fairy type. That's literally next game. But we do have pure power. Marill receives periodic buffs throughout the series. Marill receives pretty huge periodic buffs throughout the series. Gained pure power, gained huge power in Gen 3. Gained physical water to actually use that huge power in Gen 4. And in the very next game, Gen 6, we would gain the secondary fairy typing. So we have 2 out of 3 of the buffs. I think that while we may not be at peak power, huge power is still pretty good. Issue with Azumarill. Issue with Azumarill. Azurill sucks ass. Apparently I typed Azruel. There it is. Look at this thing. Look at this thing. It doesn't even believe in itself. Doo-dee-dee. These stats are a joke. These stats are a joke. We laughed at Sunkerns. This thing... These stats are a joke. This 20 does get doubled. These stats are a joke. Now, the attack is actually quite good because of huge power, doubling not just the base value, but your entire attack stat. But part of the issue with that is your entire attack stat includes your IV and any EVs, which you are not going to be controlling on a normal in-game playthrough, so you don't get full huge power value. It's still good, it's just not as good as it would be in a serious try-hard playthrough. You are stuck with this. You are stuck with this up until high friendship, and once you reach your final evolution, Azumarill. That's not right. Very cute though. I see 50 base speed. That is not good. 50 base speed is way too low. Level 20... For moves, you get level 21 Aqua Tail. Hey, that's really good. It actually got... Its level up moves actually got a massive buff. In Black and White 2 specifically, you get level 21 Aqua Tail as opposed to level 47. Wow. What else do you get? I guess that's it. No Aqua Jet, because that's a breeding move, and there's no way you're going to be getting breeding moves. You do eventually get Ice Punch from a tutor. So Aqua Tail and Ice Punch, and return, I guess. You do eventually get Ice Punch from a tutor, so Aqua Tail, Ice Punch, return, superpower, also through level up. Like, that's fine. Pure Power and early Aqua Tail, and Water typing being good. How much is that worth? It's worth a B. It is way too slow. It does waddle out of the sea on its legs. I mean, it doesn't even start as a water type. 50 base speed, getting clocked in the face every turn by the monsters you have to fight in this game. B is as high as it's gonna float for me. Higher than Ampharos? Yeah, I think it's better than Ampharos. Anything else we have to say about Azumarill? I don't know if we need a definitive final statement for it. I don't think so. Did I? I think I missed a donation, or let me see. I did, sorry. So $5 microtransaction from John Anon, or Anon John, they switched it. And they said, a generation too early to call it perfect, but more interesting than Oshawott at least. I do agree it's more interesting than Oshawott, but I think that even after fairy type, Azumarill is very, very overrated. The speed is unacceptable. I only have a limited quantity of my I only have a limited quantity of quality time to dish out to my friends. I ain't giving it to Azurill. 'Cause I'm giving it to Riolu. New hero, Lucas. Play now. You can get Riolu extremely early? You get Riolu extremely early, same time as these others at Flakesi Ranch. And I do think that Lucario overall in this game is quite overrated. I often hear that it's just an instant win, super sweep, and that the game is over before it begins since you get this so early. I disagree. I don't think it is one of the best. I disagree. I don't think this thing is worthy of entering the Sacred Realm. Give it an S, though. We'll give it an S, though. Here's Riolu's stats. This is the baby form, and it has 70 attack and 60 speed. That's really good. And they grow up so fast. You just have to make friends with it for it to evolve into Lucario. And Lucario's stats are end game ready. And Lucario's stats are end game ready before the second gym. Wow. You've heard of mixed attacking is often used as an insult, but when you actually do have mixed attacking stats and are not slow, Mixed attacking is actually good. Now you might be wondering if all I have is praise for this thing. Now you might be wondering why I'm not saying... Now you might be looking at these numbers and wondering why it's not eligible for the Sacred Realm. And this is why. The moves are pretty mediocre. You are forced to force palm for a huge portion of the game. Your stats and typing are so good that it can definitely carry you. But Your stats and stab force palm are good enough to get you to the end, but I do think you miss out on truly being game-breakingly good due to this lackluster level up move pool. You do get some good TMs though. You do get some good TMs, especially on special. I know people normally think of Lucario as a physical attacker, but Lucario's special attack is actually higher than its physical. S tier is way too high, high A tier at best. I think I missed another donation, hang on. Riolu, the not so secret 4th starter option, better than the rest. Other start is from John Anon, $5 microtransaction. Riolu, the not so secret 4th starter option, better than the rest. Other starters can't help but go doggone it as they seethe in mediocrity. Well, it's definitely better than the other starters. Oh yeah, I can also use return. While there are some Riolu riots, it's only people... While there are some Riolu riots in the chat, it's only people saying to put it in A. So everyone is in agreement that it is at lowest A. I never thought I would have to defend Riolu. I never thought I would have to defend Black and White 2 Lucario in S. As a controversial opinion. I do think it is overrated. It's not game-breaking. It's just extremely strong. Steel typing is also very valuable. Steel typing is also very valuable because you are going to be taking some stray hits since enemies are so strong. And if you're a steel type, unless you're against one of those McDojo kids, you probably resist whatever move they're using, so you can stay in the ring and keep palming them forcefully. I actually, speaking of fighting types, I actually used to take Taekwondo classes when I was a kid, and one of my rivals was named... Speaking of fighting types, I actually used to take Taekwondo classes when I was a kid, and my dojo rival, his name was Rialo, which is not Riolu, but it's pretty close. Rialo, if you're watching this, I hope your life has been good. I haven't seen you in like 20 years. I think that'll be it for Riolu. Speaking of fighting types, when I was a kid, I actually used to take Taekwondo classes, and my dojo rival, his name was Rialo, which is not Riolu, but it's pretty close. Rialo, Rialo, wherever you are, I want you to know, I always thought you were a real one. Does real sound like Riolu or Rialo? Anything else to say? $5 microtransaction from some nerd 415. Did you earn your black belt? Want to see if you got as far as I did. I did, but I was a kid, so I don't know if it really counts. But I did it from when I was like 4 till 12, so a lot of years. Maybe it was a McDojo though. S tier for good memories. Rialo, wherever you are, I hope you're doing well. Hopefully not talking about Riolu in a Pokemon tier list as part of your fake mega church scheme. How do we introduce Audino? Oh, Audi is a bad car brand? Audits? Audino. The metal slime, yeah. Audi, audits. Audio Technica. It's like an echo of Chansey. Audino, the hearing Pokemon, I think. What's its classification? We're probably going to look at its stats anyway. Oh, yikes. It is the hearing Pokemon. Okay. Audino, the hearing Pokemon. It's kind of like if you shouted, Chansey! And then you listened for the echo. The echo, of course, being a shadow of the real thing. Normal type with the early stab return TM. That's probably enough to escape the finest. Normal type. Normal type with stab early return, and a really good TM move pool later on. That's probably enough to escape Unova's finest, but not by much. Audino is going to be a very, very important member of your Black and White 2 playthrough. It helps you out a ton. Just not on your team. The main role of Audino is to be an EXP pinata. You look for it in rustling grass, and then you mug it for all the XP it's worth. In that sense, it's actually very powerful. Just not in a way that we can credit it for in this tier list. Audino. Japanese name is tabun ne. In English, that would be, yeah, maybe. So would I use tabun ne? No. Audi, no. I wouldn't. There we go, I think that's it. So we got both the Japanese and the English. Japanese for maybe, English for no. Hey. What about its mega? No mega in this, so doesn't count. Dunsparce. Officially a joke Pokemon. This thing is not intended to be good or usable in any way. Are you ready? You can't accuse me of being a heretic. I'm in charge of this religion. You can't call me a heretic. I'm in charge of this fake religion, okay? Yes, that is Dunsparce above one of the starter options. They're saying in the music, I'm stronger than I look. I think we're so used to treating Dunsparce as a joke that people neglect. We're so used to treating Dunsparce as a joke that people forget. These stats, for the very beginning of the game, instantly, yeah, they're fine. .70 attack, stab normal return. You can win a few battles with that. Am I saying this Pokemon is good? No. It's real bad. But for the early game, you could actually do a lot worse than Dunsparce. $2 microtransaction, paying an indulgence for Duns to become a fine Mon. No? For anybody at this stage looking at the tier list and wondering what the hell is going on, the answer is infinite use return TM right after Gen. The answer is infinite use return TM right after Gym 1. If it wasn't for that, yeah, obviously this would be complete garbage. But that return TM is doing some serious work. It is the air freshener that is working overtime to stamp down the stink. Anything else to say about Dunsparce? The grace is serene? Yeah. We didn't even mention any of the cheesy stuff you could try and do with Serene Grace, and that's because that cheese is rank. Don't bother. This thing is just an early game stab return bot, and it's not even particularly good at that. Forget this defense curl rollout crap. Forget about Serene Gray's head. Forget about Glaire's Serene Gray's headbutt flinching. Don't try and get cute, even though Tsuchinoko is really cute. Invest in Tsuchino Coin. get your returns early, and then get out. Invest in Tsuchino Coin early. Invest in Tsuchino Coin, get your returns early, and then get out of there before the market crashes. As long as you're not the one holding the bag, it's not a crime. I'm sure the judge will look very favorably on that argument. I'm not sure that argument would hold up in court. Venipede! Venipede! Another member of the... Make sure you take time to rest. We can do the rest of these in 6 hours, maybe. So I'm gonna change the music a bit. Let's try this one. It's just fire... This is, Awakening. We can go to more Pokemon music. It's been a while because it has been 6 hours. I'm gonna close this. This one. Venipede, another member of the Gen 5 Beginner Bugs. Venipede, the other member of the Gen 5 Beginner Bugs duo, and probably the better one, although not by that much. I think this thing skitters into the C tier. For full details, for a full look into the entomology, is that right? What do you call the study of bugs? Is it entomology? Entomon is like the DJ, right? Okay, for a full entomological analysis, check out Beginner Bugs, but for the sake of brevity, Venipede line, actually very good stats for a bug type. Venipede line, actually very good stats for a bug type. Kind of a late evolution to its final form compared to Leaveney. Leaveney is almost instant because you do it with friendship, but it takes a while for Whirlipede to develop scoliosis and evolve. It's like level 33. It's level 33 or so. I would say the main thing that hobbles Scolipede, despite the fact that it has so many legs, is the typing. Bug Poison is actually pretty good defensively, but offensively, and offense is what counts in game, it is borderline useless. Both of your stab types don't do anything to anyone. There is some psychic type prey late in the game, but the issue with that is your secondary type is poison, so you're actually also weak to them. So it's a bit difficult to find targets for your Megahorn Skewer. So it's not as easy to prey upon nerds with your Megahorn Skewer as you might think. It does happen sometimes, though. It does have a boosting option in the form of Swords Dance. But you gotta get it from Pokemon World Tournament. It's probably more grinding than I'm willing to do. Speed boost is hidden, yes. Does have a really good hidden ability, Speed Boost, but we're not counting hidden abilities because they're really does have a really good hidden ability, Speed Boost, but we're not counting hidden abilities because they're too difficult to get, and it also doesn't really need it. Oh yeah, Quick Feet. You might be wondering if Speed Boost saves this thing, and it doesn't for a myriad of reasons. First is that we're not counting hidden abilities because they're too much of a hassle to get. Second reason is that it doesn't even get Speed Boost because in Gen 5 it only has Quick Feet. Does make sense, that's a lot of feet. And thirdly, it doesn't even need Speed Boost, because it's actually pretty fast. If you see a Venipede in the vicinity, I wouldn't necessarily call an exterminator. If there's a Venipede in your vicinity, maybe consider catching it. What do we do if the Venipede is in our vicinity? And that's going to be the last thing we say. Pet it? It's got Poison Point. That's a bad idea. Fumigate the area? It's not that bad. Swarm a Megahorn. Just let it be. If there's a Venipede in the vicinity, contact your local bug catcher. They're qualified to handle this threat. It's actually not that threatening. If there's a Venipede in your vicinity, alert your local bug catchers. They'll deal with the threat appropriately. As in, catch it and chuck it in C tier. That's probably enough for Venipede. No complaints about Venipede C, right? This seems about appropriate. Raided? Are there any other bugs we would use raid for? Maybe Combee. That's one we've got to exterminate. Alright. Where is it? You guys know what I'm looking for. Where is it? I think it's here. I found it, okay. Next. How do we introduce this? Oh, okay. Now in our congregation, music is not forbidden, if you know the lyrics. All of you at home, now all of you listening to this sermon at home, please rise for our holy hymn. You all know the words, so sing along. Let's spell it together. Let's spell it again together. D? Yeah, that sounds about right. D? DOGARS will choke this point. Slow, defensive poison type. It's actually got kind of a good special move pool, and it is very, very bulky and hard to break. But that doesn't really do anything to help you. To win the battle, you have to actually kill the opponent, and DOGARS cannot do that. Should we just rank the other putrid poison types now? I think it makes sense. 'Cause I really don't have anything to say about any of them. It probably makes sense to rank the other putrid poison types now, because I don't have environmentally friendly things to say about any of them. DOGARS with Levitate is actually very hard to kill, which means it can tickle the opponent back. DOGARS will choke this point. Regarding Grimer, highest stat? Oh, it's actually attack. .105 attack is actually... Oh. Oh! Made with domestic eel! We actually are going to be talking about elite... We actually are going to be talking about... Oh, look at this ad. Made with domestic Electros. That's coming up. Actually an okay attacking stat, but pitifully slow. Horrible mono. Actually pretty good attack, but pitifully slow. Poison is a horrible offensive monotype, the worst in the game. And to get these stats... It takes 38 levels. 38 levels. For this. And this is an early game catch, so you have to actually level it up. You find this thing in the Castelia sewers? Well, that's where it should stay, with the rest of the sludge. It's actually probably better than these guys. As if the odor wasn't rank enough, the rancidity continues. As if the odor wasn't rank enough, this trash has been ripening under unspeakable... As if these rankings weren't... As if the odor wasn't rank enough. The stench is about to get truly unholy. It's trubbish. You're supposed to sort your trash. You separate recyclables and burnables. You don't make all stats the same. Level 36 Evo, by the way. 36 levels. For this. At least Trubbish. At least Trubbish is easy to describe. Design, stats, move pool, typing. All of it, trash. We've made an evil Triforce down here. In opposition to us, we appear to have made an evil Triforce down here. Trifecta of trash. I like that one. Here in the depths, we appear to have formed a trifecta of trash. Here's the unholy Triforce. Triforce? More like Trifart! And we'll add smoke effects there from coughing. Oh, there we go. That'll work. Oh, Trifarce is better. We can do both. Triforce? More like Trifarce. Or because they're poison types, how about Trifart? Just kidding, I'm fine. Poison attacks suck. Alright. Our loyal guardian, Guardy, the Growlithe. Available very early at Verbank Complex. Needs a Firestone to evolve into the legendary Pokemon Windy, the Arcanine, who has very, very good stats. You can get Elemental Evolution Stones from Dust Clouds, and the first ones you can get are in Castelia City. Fire is a good type. Arcanine does have good stats. But I'm not sure I could call this... Fire is a good type. Fire is a good type. Arcanine does have good stats. But it doesn't have good moves. Best part about Arcanine... Actually, we'll show the stats, right? Best part about Arcanine... The best part about Arcanine is the beefy stats. Best part about Arcanine is the beefy stats. You want to access these as soon as possible. But the moment you get stoned... You sacrifice all of your level up moves. That means you get... nothing. You're gonna have to rely on TMs. You do eventually get Flamethrower and Fire Blast, but that's a big eventually. Oh, Wild Charge in Victory Road. Ooh. You do eventually get Flamethrower and Fire Blast, but that's a... You do eventually get Flamethrower and Fire Blast, but it's a bit of a wait. Apparently it's in Lacunosa Town. Oh, had water types, beware. He's wild charging right at you, although you get this in Victory Road after you do all the water routes, so not really. Good availability, good stats, really let down by the moves. Good availability, good stats, really let down by the move pool, and wishes that it had a good secondary type. I hope you like Flame Wheel. I hope you like Flame Wheel and Non-Stab Return. High B, probably. It's named Arcanine, why doesn't it learn Arcfire? Have the developers even played their own game? You have to wait till the Firestone? The Firestone's pretty early, right? You just get in a dust cloud or in the desert. That's not that bad. Everybody okay with high B for Arcanine? Dust Clouds are all the way in Chargestone Cave. You can get them in Relic Passage, right? Or not even Relic Passage. The connection under Castelia Sewers. Oh, Relic Passage only gives you shards. But you can get one in the desert, so the desert isn't that long. So it's fine. I just need to make sure I don't say that you can get them in the dust clouds in the sewers. Magnets. How do they work? I don't know. I just know that they do work. Get in the zone. Magnezone. Now, I've always been a Coil fan. Now, I said get in the zone, mostly because it's fun to say. I actually don't think you should get in the zone. You should probably stop at Magneton, because you already do Magnetons of damage. I've been a big Coil advocate. I've been a big Coil advocate since the... I've been a big Coil advocate I've been a big coil and rare coil. I've been a big rare coil advocate since the very beginning. Rare coil is Magneton's Japanese name. I don't know why. But there's always something that holds the Magnemite line back. Either wonky availability or horrible moves. One of those flaws is kind of still with us. Kind of. Here are Magneton's. Here are Magneton's stats, so this isn't even Magnezone. Here are Magneton's stats. We're not even in the zone. But we are doing magnetons of damage. 120 special attack, that's really good. 70 speed is iffy. It's iffy. I just got an advertisement for mixed nuts. Definitely not a mixed attacker. We are pure special. Just got an advertisement here for mixed nuts. We're definitely not a mixed attacker. But maybe I could go for some creepy nuts. So if you listen to Creepy Nuts in the zone, your stats do increase, but one of them, the one that you most needed to jack up, actually goes down. You lose 10 speed because this is one of those very portly Gen 4 evolutions. You don't actually need 10 more special attack, and you cannot afford to lose 10 speed, so don't get in the zone. Another advantage of zoning your opponent. Another advantage of not playing as a zoner. I know people find zoners obnoxious. Is that because Magneton can, but doesn't evolve into Magnezone, it means you can actually equip the Eeveelite, which you get in Castelia City. While I don't think defensive utility is the be-all end-all, when you can get 50% more defenses for free with this incredible defensive typing, I think that actually does count as a significant advantage. This type chart isn't even at full power. This type chart is even... Oh. This type chart is even deceptively bad? Because while Fairy doesn't exist, you lose that, you still had a Dark and Ghost type resist, and there's a lot of Dark types in this game. main flaw for Magnezone would be... Main flaw for the Magnemite line would be... It has some difficulty generating electric moves. I hope you like Thundershock. Magnets, how do they work? This is a physical move. Mirrors, how do they work? This thing is just a bundle of mysteries. How can Mirror Shot be real if our eyes aren't real? You do get the Thunderbolt TM eventually, but eventually means end of Victory Road, so you're mostly going to be using Charge Beam or Volt Switch, neither of which are amazing. When is Discharge? '51 Discharge. So before Thunder, or before Thunderbolt. Unfortunately, short circuits when it comes to the move pool, but I think it has enough. Magnemite line, unfortunately, short circuits when it comes to move pool, but I think it has so many other insane traits that you can actually... Magnemite line, unfortunately, short circuits a bit when it comes to the move pool. But it has so many other insane traits that I do think it magnet rises up to the S tier. $5 microtransaction from DW7 Freak. DW Dora Winifred Reed, and they say only non-stab option for Magnezone is really Tri-Attack, which can only be relearned as Magneton and close power to return. Yeah, not really incredible. Anything else to say about this? Eventually does get good moves. Always has its incredible typing and stats. Eventually gets good moves. Always has its incredible typing and stats. Always has its incredible typing and stats. And eventually... Always has its incredible typing and stats. Eventually gets really good moves. And then you're in the zone, even though you stay as Magneton. Always has its incredible typing and stats. Also has the sturdy ability. So no matter how buff your enemy is, you will always get at least one shot to counterattack them. Eventually, you get the good moves. Eventually, you can access the truly good moves, and then you're really in the zone, although not literally, because you stay as Magneton. One thing that could have saved Snivy? One thing that could have saved Snivy would be that if... One thing that could have saved Snivy, if using Coil just turned it into Coil. That would definitely be an upgrade. Magnets, how do they work? No complaints about S-tier Magneton, I'm assuming. Alright. We're about to go. There's no oath of celibacy. There's no oath of celibacy in our Crusader. There's no oath of... If you're worried you might have to swear an oath of celibacy to join our crusade, fear not. It's Booby right here for all of you to gawk at. Booby. Magby's Japanese name. Does make sense to rank it. Usually babies are annoying and useless. But 75 attack, 70 special attack, 83 speed? I can see why people like boobies. You are stuck with these stats up until level 30, but you are stuck with these stats up until level 30? You are stuck with these stats up until level 30, where you can go from Booby to Boober. But for early and even mid-game, those stats are fine. Moves also aren't that bad. Moves also aren't that bad. 22 to get the Flame Burst, which is 70 power. Oh. The move pool is... Oh, level up move pool is okay. Level 22 to get Flame Burst. 70 base power. Sure. And then as Boo Burn. And once you really get Boo Burning as a Magmortar, you actually get a really, really good TM move pool. Look at this. He got Earthquake, he got Thunderbolt, Flamethrower, Overheat. Some real winners. Magmarizer's kind of hard to get, though. You're probably stuck at the Magmar stage, but Magmar are also... You're probably stuck at the Magmar stage. And we can maybe just show the Magmar moveset. I think it's the same. Plasma Frigate. That's not that bad. So it's main game still. Takes quite a while to reach. Takes quite a while to actually reach Magmortar. Takes quite a while to actually reach Magmortar. Takes a while to actually reach Magmortar. The Magmarizer is Plasma Frigate. Very late, but Magmar is also really good in many ways. In some ways, it's actually better than Magmortar because, hey, it's faster. All that extra bulk on your boober is gonna weigh you down. I think that's why some opt to get devolution surgery. When it comes to stats, some people say that bigger is always better, but it can cause some real issues. Sometimes it is the right choice to go ahead and get the devolution surgery. Reduced. Once you overcome the fact that it spends once you come to terms with the fact that once you come to terms with the fact that the extended childhood baby form Booby up to level 30 really isn't that bad, I think you'll agree that we're gonna slap him in B for Booby. I think we've said everything we had to. Ella the Kid. Ella the Kid. In many ways, Ella the Kid. In many ways, a mirror of the Booby line. Also cursed with an extended childhood up to level 30, with better stats than you might would expect for a baby, especially the speed, but those offenses are very suspicious. Once you're buzzin', you get only slightly faster at 105, but your offenses get a huge buff, in particular your special attack. But don't get too comfortable. Because once you've once you get your electrolytes from your electrolyzer, you're now a physical attacker, although your special attack is still fine. And although you are a member of the Gen 4 Chonker Club, where you become wide and lose some speed, unlike the others, Electivire actually can afford to lose the speed. 95 is still fine. So in this case, I would say go to the Electivire stage. It's overall a big buff. Electivire has a very good physical move pool. Responsible for teaching a lot of newer players that super effective text doesn't actually kill the opponent. That's in competitive though. In-game, it probably does. I think Electivire is stronger than Magmortar, but I think Magby is stronger than Elekid. And you're stuck with Magby and Elekid for a while. I think it overall balances out. And I think young Elekids And although we got a donation from a user named Volt Tackle earlier, we know that donation was not intended for Electivire, because its best physical stab move is Thunder Punch. I think Ella the Kid is gonna wild charge into the B tier. B for Bolt, B for Booby. B bros. Five hours left. I don't know if we can do it. It's possible. Because a lot of these are C tier. I think we can do it. Rattata. Early game Rattata. Early game Rattata. The Route 1 rodent. Except it's not Route 1. You find it infesting the sewers beneath Castelia. You may add any number of relentless rats to your deck. Stats-wise, it's better than Pat Rat, although stats-wise, it's better than Watchhog, although that's really not much of a compliment. And it does still have Stab Return. It's also at a level where it will pretty much immediately evolve into Raticate for a power spike. You may add any number of relentless rats to your deck. I choose to include 0. I think that's all we have to say about... Rattata. Alright. Zubat. We need to check the... I think the move pool is still really bad. Crobat. If he gets acrobatics, that's huge. Five. Yeah, it does. By level up, too. Wow. Saved. Zubatto. Zubatto. Often on my tier lists, I get people accusing me of being blind as a Zubat. Because I think that the Zubat line is really overrated. Yes, Crobat is extremely fast, so it goes first. And then what? Kill 'em all! You dazzle them with your acrobatics. Level 33 acrobatics. Acrobatics at level 33. Acrobatics at level 33 by level up. That is a 110 base power stab move. All those McDojo black belts are flailing. All of those McDojo black belts seized in the blink of an eye. They didn't even see what happened, but suddenly they're knocked out on the floor. Of course it's the best acrobatics user in the game. Of course it's the best acrobatics user in the game. It's literally a bat. Enemies will never see what hit them. And I'm asking for you to pretend you never saw this TM list, because it's pretty terrible. Let's actually see if we can get... I think we do have a graphic for this. Local file. I think it's here. I want to go to... I found it. Okay.
Don't worry.
It's not big enough. People say we have too many graphics. Really good availability. Dud stage of Zubat is basically over as soon as you catch it. It almost immediately evolves into a Golbat that can make do with Wing Attack until you're friendly enough to go Crow. And once you get Crobat Acrobatics, you can just spam that button to win most battles. Something about why kids love Cinnamon Toast Crunch. I can see why this thing is great. I can see why this thing is great. But our enemies will never see what hit them.
Don't worry, Pikachu. No matter what, I'll save you.
We should probably say something there. Swooped or something like that. A for unseen assaults. It's very fast. Oh, we can, there's the, that Avengers clip where the guy says, you didn't see that coming, right? And then he dies. So we'll probably do that. Woobat! Woobat! More like Whobat, as in who would use this thing? It's really bad, right? How bad is bad? Woobat! Woo! Of course being an expression of joy. Woohoo, guys! Don't these stats put a smile on your face? Friendship Evo to Swoobat? It's pretty fast. Highest attacking stat, 77. With a signature move that only the Swoobat line can use. Heart Stamp. 60 base power psychic move. Physical. Huh? With 57 physical attack. Ugh, Woobat. More like Poobat. Forget about a heart stamp. I got a stamp for you. Woobat. More like Poobat. Forget about a heart stamp. I got a stamp for you. You think this thing is any good? Gotta make sure it actually hits the Woobat. Okay, it didn't actually hit Woobat. That'll work. Stamped. There we go. I gotta make sure it actually hits me. Oh. There we go. Horrible. $2 microtransaction from Bunny Wilder. Really fun and unique content. Have fun, cheese. Thank you. Hopefully you won't be here for what we say about Braviary, because it's not kind. Are you ready to rock? Are you ready to... Are you ready to rock? And roll? It's rock and rolla. It's very sturdy in more ways than one. It's very sturdy, literally. We already did Rock Tunnel, so we can't do Rock Tunnel here. This is Unovan Geodude, although it's missing a lot of the things that make Geodude good. This is Unovan Geodude, although it's missing a lot of the things that make Geodude good. What makes Geodude good is the Stab Earthquake and the fact that it's in Gen 2. Roggenrola does not have... Roggenrola does not have Stab Earthquake, and it's in a much more difficult game, where it will always be moving second. And hey... Roggenrola is in a much more difficult game, where it will always be moving second. And these McDojo warriors are gonna be chipping away at it with those rock smashes. Undeniably has really good physical stats. Don't look at the special ones. Undeniably does have really great physical stats. Don't look too hard at the special ones. And with Sturdy, you are guaranteed at least one attack. But you will be moving second almost always, so you are going to get worn down super quick. But you are going to be moving second almost always. And you're going to get worn down to rubble extremely quickly. But maybe the rubble form actually gains a ground typing. This is our first trade evolution? This is our first trade evolution, so I suppose we'll mention this now. I think we are assuming that you've used some Nintendo PC shenanigans to make solo trade evolutions possible. Usually this is done through just making it a level evolution. Whatever sorcery you had to do, whatever sorcery that was required. Oh, I guess Electrolyzer is also a trade, right? It's a hold item and a trade. That's so obnoxious. Don't need to since there's an in-game trade for it? Alright, where's the in-game trade? Route 7, Flying Gym. Okay. Gigalith is a trade evolution, which is really annoying, but you can actually pick it up in an in-game trade. You hand over an Emolga, and you get a Gigalith back after the trade evo. That's actually pretty good. Regarding trade evos, I'm just gonna assume that you can get them. If you're playing this game on challenge mode, which we are rating based on, the chance that you're on a Nintendo PC is exceedingly high, right? Whatever sorcery you had to do to unlock challenge mode, turning trade evos into level evos is several ranks below that. I'm just gonna assume that you can somehow get your grubby mitts on Final Form trade evos. Being a super slow pure type, being a filthy pure type that is super slow, does put a cap on your performance. Being a super slow defensive pure type, with a terrible defensive type, Rock, is a huge strike against Gigalith. But it does have really good defense and sturdy, so it can take that strike. Might not be able to take two. And the third strike, you're out, right? That's how it works. Hits really hard, once, maybe twice. Bottom of B? Check it out. It's Roggenrola on the Rollin' Rocker. Roggenrola on the Rollin' Rocker. Any AVGN fans? The Rolling Stones. $2 microtransaction from Blue Crimson 217 says popped in right before XD0096. Well, that's its code name. Of course, we know its real name. Deep in the caves. Deep in the caves beneath Castelia, you might... Emerging from the shadows of the cave beneath... Emerging from the shadows of the caves beneath Castelia. That familiar form. You see a familiar form, and a cry escapes your lips. Onyx! Onyx? Garbage. Useless. But it prayed for salvation, and it was granted very early in Gen 2 with the Steelix Evo. Onyx, as is, worthless. Onyx with the metal coat candy coating. Actually fine. Far more invincible than Gigalith, with a stab earthquake to hit back with. The issue is that even with the Steelix Evo to escape 45 attack purgatory, you're stuck in 80 attack limbo, which is not great. Is there a bad steel type combo? Steel rock. But that's probably the only one. Oh, I forgot to say something about Magnezone. I can do it now? I can do it now, and I'll just edit it in earlier. Oh, is it 85 attack? I don't think there's anything else to say about Steelix, by the way. Steelix is the definition of a bad playthrough mon, slow and weak. It's not that slow. No, sorry, I mean, it's not that weak. It is very slow. Only advantages are Stab, Earthquake, and good defensive typing. Stab Earthquake is really good. Stab Earthquake is a huge bonus. I think the sediments... I think the sentiment is that the sediment settles in C. C looking pretty slithery. Oh, Earthquake TM is post-game. Yeah, bulldoze. Dig is okay. Unfortunately, you can't cause any quakes. Until post-game, you're gonna have to make do with bulldoze and dig off of not great attack, but you are invincible, so... Unfortunately, you can't earthquake. Unfortunately, there aren't any natural disasters. No natural earthquake. But you do get dig and bulldoze, which aren't incredible, but they're probably good enough. You're also a really good user of gyro ball because your speed is horrendous, but you can feed your enemy a gyro for actually really good damage. Not incredible by any means. Not incredible by any means. But I think the sentiment is that the sediment settles in C. That's fine, I think. $5 microtransaction from Blue Crimson 217 who says that Steelix's problem is that Excadrill exists. I don't think that Steelix necessarily looks bad compared to Excadrill. Excadrill makes everything look bad. It's not really a strike against you to be worse than Excadrill. That's... I don't think every Pokemon. I think 2 can match Excadrill. I wanted to say something about Magnezone. And I will just, I'll just edit it in earlier. It's not too much later, so I won't forget, I don't think. So it's about Colress using a Magneton, and I'm telling you guys not to trust Magneton. Or not to trust Colress. During our crusade, now I'm issuing an edict here for all crusaders. You may encounter a pilgrim. I'm issuing an edict here for all crusaders. You may encounter an enemy pilgrim by the name of Colress. Don't get suckered in by his honeyed words, okay? He looks smart. He looks smart. He looks smart 'cause he's got glasses. He looks smart 'cause he's got glasses. It's all a ruse, okay? Just wearing glasses doesn't give your words any more weight. That nerd believes Magnezone is good. Well, he's right on that. But don't trust us. But don't trust. But don't trust a single other word out of that. What's a derogatory word for nerd that's not nerd? Dweeb. Oh, dweeb, yeah, okay. That dweeb can control dwebbles. That dweeb can control dwebbles. Don't let him control you. Don't trust a single other thing that Poindexter says.
Don't. Greed. Don't worry, you can trust Father Krookodile. After all, greed is good.
Attention all Crooks Crusaders. You're being deceived. You have to listen to me. My name is Colgate. Your leader, Father Krookodile, is a fraud, and I can prove it. That so-called miracle when he healed that man with 3 base speed, just before the flash of light. Freeze! Enhance! That's just a Castelia cone with Speedwing sprinkles. What about when he defeated those ghouls on stage? Again, just before the flash of light. Freeze! Enhance! You can see the wires pulling them off stage. I can't prove it yet, but I don't think he has major Masada blood either. So how can he wield the Cash Bringer? Well, according to my research into the gene splice, I've said too much already. The next time we meet, I'll tell you everything.
It's all enemy propaganda. It's all enemy propaganda. Trust me and no one else, okay? Did someone just get 99 woodcutting? Timber! Is this working? It may not be. Not only does timber chop down grass types, not only does timber chop down trees, you could definitely call this thing lumberjacked. I can't spell Conkeldurr. .140 base attack. 140 base attack. .140 base attack in the Conkeldurr form. Get out of here, Crom. .140 base attack as Conkeldurr. If you think this thing is bad, you're a clown. Unfortunately, all that bulk does weigh it down. Unfortunately, muscle is heavier than fat. That's what I always tell myself to make myself feel better. This thing is really slow. You are always going to be taking hits. But on your counterattack, you are killing them almost guaranteed. And once you reach a certain, somewhat late-game move tutor, you don't really have to worry about chip damage anymore. Because your vampiric fists are gonna be sucking them dry. Come here, dark types!
It's sucking me dry.
Sucked by Drain Punch. Late game move tutor Drain Punch. Really wish it had that earlier. Really wish it was faster. It's super sluggish. But it has the stats to win most scraps. And if you're gonna be a pure type, pure fighting is one of the better ones. And it's registered in the Elemental Punch-Out League for coverage. With enough attack to make a coverage super effective move knock out almost everything. Unfortunately, too much constitution for us to carry it all the way to the top. But it is very solid. Main complaint about Tim Burton is that he always casts Gothitelle in every single one of his movies. Please hire a different actress. Alright, how much longer do we have? 4 hours? I think we can do it. Maybe. We'll try. How do we start this? How about this? Now you may be wondering, hey, who's this handsome devil? Now you may be wondering, what makes me, Krookodile, qualified to lead this crusade? Well, the answer is simple. It's because I'm better than all of you scrubs. Enemies in Black and White 2 are pretty strong. You might consider using a setup. Enemies in Black and White 2 are pretty strong. You might consider using a setup move. I've considered it. I don't need it. I'm walking into the sacred realm and seizing the Triforce of Power for myself. Would you like to try and stop me? You can try. Krookodile, the intimidation Pokemon. Intimidate is one of the options for an ability. Intimidate, one of the best abilities in the game. But your other option is Moxie, the best ability in the game. Straight up, the best. When you knock out an enemy, you gain an attack boost. Enemies almost always lead with the Scrub Squad, so you just gobble them up for the attack boosts, and then when they bring out their actual ace Pokemon, it is way too late. The Earthquake Spiral has started. That's what people thought. The enemies often... Every enemy leads with the Scrub Squad. You can just gobble them up. Report their leads for feed. Somehow, Renekton is level 40? And the game is over. Go ahead and type concede. Ground Dark, amazing dual stab. Enough power? 117 attack is more than enough power. 117 attack backed up by Stab Dark and Stab Earthquake. 117 attack. 117 attack backed up by Stab Crunch and 117 attack backed up by Stab Dark and Stab Ground is more than enough to start munching on the weaker members of the opponent's team. And once you get one kill, that's enough. 92 speed, fast enough to almost always go first, with the slight level advantage you will have, even with the EXP rubber banding. Don't accuse me. Don't accuse me. Don't accuse me of using smoke and mirror to acquire my powers, okay? Level 54, Natural Earthquake. This strength is my divine right. This strength is my divine right. It awakened in a moment of peril. This might is my divine right. I earned it fair and square. I earned it fair and square in a moment of anime awakening.
To all.
Boss, there's just too many of them.
Well, looks like it's curtains for us, boys. It's been an honor.
Light, grant me one final blessing. Give me the strength to cash in these bonds. Hey, boss, isn't that golden glow a good guy thing? By the holy light. Burn! It's a miracle! The cash bringer!
I am the cash bringer. You fancy yourself my equal? All I see is a +1 attack boost that doesn't know it yet. Krookodile. We chose Krookodile. Krookodile leads the crusade for a reason. Krookodile leads the crusade for a reason. One of the only Pokemon that breaks the rule of the game. One of the only Pokemon that completely ignores the restrictions the game attempts to slap on you. No, you're not allowed to no! You can't just overlevel and sweep without using a boosting move. Yeah, maybe you can't, but I can. Krookodile. So good, it's criminal. If I had to cite a weakness, it would probably be that Sandile is super frail, so you might faint a few times as Sandile, but once you get to Krokorok, you're good to coast to the rest. If I had to cite a flaw, it would be that Sandile kinda sucks. But if I had to cite a flaw, it would be that Sandile's kinda suspicious. It's really frail, but once you reach Krokorok, you are clear to coast for the rest of the game. Now that I've seized the Triforce of Power and entered the Sacred Realm, it's kinda lonely. Now that I've seized the Triforce of Power and ascended to the Sacred Realm, I survey all creation before me. And you know what? It's kinda lonely. I could use some company. Oh no. It's gonna be a little bit awkward. Second Pokemon in the Sacred Realm. It's my ex. Excadrill! In order for the crook to seize the power of the gods, it took a little bit of trickery. On raw stats and typing and moves, it's very good. I would probably give myself an S. Excadrill is a lot more honest. There's no Moxie trickery here. We just have really, really good stats. 135 attack, 88 speed, and 110 HP with ground steel typing. That's actually deceptively good bulk. You will survive most incidental hits just on the basis of that HP buffer and typing. As for the arsenal, natural disasters are incoming. Level 36, natural earthquake. If you are on the ground, it's over. Wait, where did it go? Ah, there it is. If for whatever reason, you know you're facing a foe you can't just quake through, if for whatever reason, you know that your enemy can keep their footing against your earthquakes, you can up the Richter scale rating with Natural Swords Dance, also at level 42. Excadrill gets everything. Excadrill gets everything it needs. Excadrill gets everything it needs handed to it on a steel-type platter. Only downside I can think of is that because only downside I can think of, and this is a real only downside I can think of, and I'm digging real deep to unearth this criticism, it's that Mold Breaker is a hidden ability. And because you don't break the mold, that means that sturdy Pokemon like Gigalith or Sock, they will survive your attack even after you dance with swords. And because of your steel typing, you are vulnerable to Earthquakes from Gigalith or Fists of Fury from Sock. That's it. I think I'll just say this early. I wanted to say it with Krookodile. There's only one foe I fear, and that's Sock. There's only one foe I fear, and that's Sock. I thought I'd seen the last of him after... Now, Sock is very good. Sock is very stealthy when it comes to sorting your laundry. But unfortunately, he shows up in this game even if you don't want to find him. Sock has sturdy, which means that no matter how much Moxie you've got, can't knock out Sock. And he hits back real hard. Punches me right in the jaw. Hate that guy. I'll just put that, we'll stitch that earlier with Krookodile. Excadrill, our second qualified candidate for the Sacred Wow. Excadrill, the second wielder. Given its qualifications, we also award Excadrill, the second denizen of the Sacred Realm, and another bearer of the Triforce of Power. If Krookodile is Ganondorf, if Krookodile's Ganondorf, and I couldn't... While Krookodile is the actor for Ganondorf, Excadrill dubs over the voice. Excadrill's Japanese name? Dorya! Alright, I think that's it for Excadrill. I do like that throughout the entire Krookodile and Excadrill reviews, not a single person complained that they were the best Pokemon in the game. Whereas basically every other tiering has had detractors. Skitty. A normal type with unacceptable stats at the 3rd gym. Skitty! A normal type with unacceptably horrible stats. Oh yeah. From the sacred realm where gods dwell, to the depths of the abyss. Skitty. Adorable, it's so cute. Adorable, it's so cute. Really adorable, it's so cute. Stats-wise? Typing-wise? Stats-wise. Typing-wise. In terms of stats? Typing? In terms of stats, there's no Delcatty way to say this. Trash. I don't think there's anything else to add, right? This is just garbage. Brought in to look pretty. Brought in to look pretty. Just don't look at the stats. Renowned for its beauty. Brought in to look pretty. Renowned for its beauty, not for its combat prowess. Braviary. Braviary. It's a normal type with pretty bad stats. Normally, I would say that you could at least spam return, but unlike most Pokemon, Braviary has got a serious attitude problem. It's super bratty, So once you catch it, so at the moment of capture, it hates you. It actually starts at 0 friendship. So the only thing I could possibly say that's good about it? So the only thing I could possibly say... So the only thing that could possibly save it... Stab normal return spam? It refuses to participate in. Braviary. Braviary. Pure normal type. Braviary. Pure normal type, so we're already off to a bad start. Very bad stats, so... Very bad stats, so our plight worsens. Let's actually pull up the stats. Exceedingly mediocre stats, so our plot worsens. And if things weren't dire enough, the only saving grace of normal type Pokemon, which would be stab return spam. The Braviary line is inept at use. The Braviary line refuses to cooperate. It's super bratty. This thing's got an attitude issue. This thing needs an attitude adjustment. It's super bratty. Unlike most Pokemon who you start out at neutral reputation with, you start out at hated with Braviary. When you catch it, it has 0 friendship, so you can't actually use return. Now, you can use frustration, but that's going to get progressively weaker as you build up rapport, and then you've got to switch it over to return. I'm trying to paint this thing in a good light, but having nothing but stab, frustration, and return isn't even good! We need more music. Let's go for a walk. Let's go for a walk in Castelia Park. Come with me on a walk in Castelia Park. I got it. Come with me for a walk in Castelia Park. Or we can tier it first. Baniri. Baniri does have hops. Baniri does have hops. So we can bound out of the finest to the very bottom of D. Take a walk with me. I'd like to invite you to take a walk with me in Castelia Park. It's beautiful, isn't it? Yeah, you can pet the Baniris. And when we reach the dream world, we'll set up a berry farm too. You can pet the Baniris, grow berries to your heart's content. Yeah, you can pet the Baniris. Oh, I gotta... Yeah. Gotta make sure it actually faces the camera. Yeah. You can pet the Baniris? There we go. Of Mouseholds and Trainers. That's what the book was called, right? Very sad. Muna! Have people not read Of Mice and Men? No, Ulcor is a Batman. They have, because they know that this all happened because we strangled that mill tank on the farm. We didn't mean to. It was an accident. Muna! This Pokemon's not actually in the game. Muna! This Pokemon's not actually in the main game. I only included it because in Black and White 1, Muna gets kidnapped by Team Plasma, and once it gets returned to Bianca, she says, "Money! I'm so happy to see you." And I think that's a beautiful sentiment that deserves to be shared with an audience. I agree. Money, I am so happy to see you. I agree. Money, I'm so happy to see you. But as for Muna's Black and White 2 rating, Unknown Dungeon, it's not in the game. Cottony! Cottony! Utility Grass type, the Pokemon. Fittingly enough for a cotton Pokemon, all of its moves are fluff.
Requires a sunstone to evolve into Whimsicott. Who has these stats. It's really fast, so it goes first. And then what? Nothing. In terms of actually killing your opponents, which is what you're trying to do in this game, I wouldn't pick this cotton. Is that too offensive? I don't think so, right? We can make it more PG. Attempting to stall the enemy out. Attempting to stall the enemy out. Attempting to stall the enemy out as a pure grass type. It's a bold strategy, Cottony. Let's see how it pays off. Spoilers, it won't. Useless. Doesn't have the secondary fairy type with Stab Moonblast yet. It's much better after that. You can think of it this way. You can think of it this way. The main thing that Whimsicott does is annoy your opponent. But your opponent is a computer. They don't care. So who actually gets annoyed when you use Whimsicott? The player. You! My clothing, 100% cotton. My team, 0% cottony. Parallel to cottony, it's Lilligant's. Oh, I thought Lily was from Gen 7. Or what is it? Lily? No. Petalil? Parallel to Cottony? It's Petalil! Spelled Lilligant wrong. Alright, here we go. needs the same sunstone that Cottony does in order to evolve into Lilligant. Now, I thought Lily was in Gen 7. Japanese name, Doradia. If you squint hard enough, it's Deirdre! Guys, FE4 confirmed! Pure grass type, so... Pure grass type, which is really bad. How are the stats? Oh, they're actually really good. Wow. 110 special attack, 90 speed, okay. How are the moves? Oh. Well, this is really good. Right? This is really, really good Quiver Dance. So you put on a show, and then what? And then what? Oh, there's only one thing you can do. Every showing, every grass type showing is the exact same. Or what do we say, like Lilligant here? Ponyta. It's not a horse, but I would describe this as a one-trick pony. It is a fairly effective trick. Lilligant has one strategy. You sleep powder the opponent, you quiver dance, and then you change up your footwork and you pedal dance. That's gonna inflict half damage to almost everything because grass is a horrendous attacking type. But it is a very high base power move. And you have pretty good special attack. And that's going to be backed up by a quiver dance. If you swapped, if you kept everything the same, but swapped the grass typing to, like, dragon, if everything about Lilligant was the same, except you swapped grass to dragon, and you made Petal Dance Outrage, I think it might actually break into the Sacred Realm. Maybe that's a wish you would make upon the Triforce. In the world we live in, it's not draconic. It's a weed. Hope you hit your sleep powder, because if you don't, you're in trouble. Imagine having to spend a 2-turn tax every single battle. And on one of those turns, there's a 25% chance you fail and do nothing at all. That's not something I'm interested in. You don't even need Quiver Dance, level 35 gives you Energy Ball. I would agree that's good enough, except it's a grass move, so no, it's not good enough. Lilligant is pretty good for a grass type. It dances to its own beat. With own tempo, it never has to... Lilligant is pretty good for a grass type. It dances to its own beat with own tempo, which means that it never has to reckon with the downside of Petal Dance. You do still get locked in and can't change your move, but it's not like you would change to another move anyway. It's just that you'll never get confused. You could maybe even try and... throw out some returns. Its physical attack is okay, and it does get the Gant Lance as a personal weapon. I mean, it's called Lilligant, right? A better typing... This thing is just a better typing away from truly stealing the show. For now, keep practicing that fancy footwork. Bottom of B. We could maybe finish if we rush. I don't know. 8:30. There's no way we finish in 3 hours. There's no way we finish in 3 hours, so do we... We could finish most of it in 3 hours. I think I would expect we would reach about Chargestone Cave. But if we do this in 2 pieces, I want to leave a lot for next time. And considering we don't have to do a lead-in, we should probably stop here, maybe. And then this will leave a lot for... This will leave a lot for next time. No, we're not going to need 3 parts. So we can do part 2 tomorrow. Like, we can do it really soon. We can either do it tomorrow or we can do it next week. You're good with whatever? So I'm trying to plan things out. I want to do... If we do part 2 tomorrow, what are the advantages? The advantage is we get it out of the way. If we do it next week, then people can catch up on this. And that's also a stream for next week. Yeah, I expect this to take another like 6 to 7 hours. There's no way we can finish this in one, so absolutely we have to split it, but... I think this is popular enough that we can just do part 2 next week. Will the premium be in 1 part or 2? The premium will be in 1 part. I don't think the premium will be split like Black and, or will be split like Scarlet and Violet. We can do it in 1 part. Scarlet and Violet was split because I was also working a real job. So I had to, like, balance editing that with working for other people. So I just had to split it. I would rather not rush. So we're definitely doing 2. The only question is, do we do it tomorrow or do we do it next week? I think we do it next week. So we want to start... So we could do part 2 next week, and then we could do... Yeah, it makes sense to end with the Eevees. And then we can start with Darmanitan. People love Darmanitan. Darmanitan is very hype. The only issue is that there's something I want to do for Darmanitan that I probably shouldn't do in the morning. So we'll probably... Let's do this. We can start with Braviary. Because that's like a very distinctively Black and White 2 thing.
Okay. So I think we'll do up to Darmanitan today. The Eeveelutions are going to be very fast. The Eeveelutions, I'm just going to say, like, watch the Eeveelution video. And then we'll do Darmanitan, and then we'll start with Braviary and Mandibuzz, and then, yeah, all the rest we can do in, like, 6 to 8 hours? Yeah, I think that's good. So we do the 1 Black and White 2 stream next week, and then the week after that we can start The Last Promise. So I think today we can aim to end at like 9.5 hours maybe. And then, so that means we'll start Last Promise in September. We have a couple weeks to finish that. And then Legend ZA comes out October 16th, right? So I think we've got everything mapped out. Okay, yeah, so we can do it next week. Okay. Eeveelutions time. Eeveelutions. Oh, I love the Eeveelutions. Don't you?
What are we? Some kind of Eeveelution team?
I've made an in-depth Eeveelution tier list. I've made an in-depth Eeveelution tier list. And for a lot of the details on the Eeveelution ratings, I'm just gonna have to refer you there. It's 2.5 hours of spirited Eeveelution discussion. It's 2.5 hours. It's 2.5 hours of spirited Eeveelution discussion where we go into extreme detail on each one. Nice thing about the Eeveelutions is that they're very inflexible, so once you've said something about them in one game, it probably also applies to the next game. 5-hit pin missile from Ananjon, 9760. And a $2 donation from Ananjon saying, the big Eevee party lobbies for fluffy foxes. Well, some of them will be good. Vaporeon. Vaporeon. One of your few options for hydration in early Unova. Would you pick up Vaporeon before your foray into the deserts?
Well, I see level 17 Water Pulse. That's okay for that stage of the game. Level 21 Aurora Beam? Okay. What level do you catch Eevee? $18 to $19. So if you catch the level 18 and then Waterstone it immediately, you actually do get Vaporeon, right? But you can't actually get it until Chargestone Cave, right? That's when you can get the elemental stones. There's no earlier Waterstone, right? You can get them in the battle subway? Nobody's doing that. So no, you can't get them. Three BP, so it's 7 battles. It's not that bad. You can get them from a Fun Fest mission. Well, those aren't fun at all. Vaporeon's stats are pretty good. Vaporeon's stats are decent. Good special attack, but very slow. How are the moves? Well, it's an Eeveelution. In order to get a Waterstone, you have to grind the battle subway. It's not that bad, it's only 3 BP, so you can get it in, I think, 7 battles, but that is some extra hassle. And you catch Eevee at level 18 to 19, so no level 17 Water Pulse for you. Your earliest water option is going to be the Surf HM, which you get after Clay. So, after the gym where you would want to use it. As for late game coverage, you get Surf and it's an Eeveelution. Be sure to catch all of the Eeveelution coverage on... Tune into ESPN for all of the latest Eeveelution coverage. It's an Eeveelution. Tune into Espeon. Tune into ESPN to catch all the Shadow Ball in action. I've been informed that the music I'm using for the ESPN segments is apparently a football theme? It may shock you to learn this, but I don't actually know anything about sports. I'm playing World of Warcraft, and my stepdad is watching some sort of sports on the television. So I hear that theme, da-da-dun-da-da-da, da-da-dun-da-da-da, and to me, that just means sports. So I'm saying it goes with shadow balling in the NBA. Although you can technically get Vaporeon earlier than the Surf TM, it's probably a bad idea because... Oh, here's something to believe in. Although you can technically get Vaporeon earlier... Although you can technically get Vaporeon earlier than the Surf HM, it only becomes usable... It only becomes usable once you actually get your hands on that HM, so you may as well consider it as available from after. The main niche you would use Vaporeon for would be as an early game water. However, there's a complete drought of water moves until you can get your hands on the Surf HM. But the Surf HM is also what allows you to access the bounty of the C tier. So that essentially nerfs Vaporeon's effective availability to the rest of the C tier Pokemon. Which I think overall means that Vaporeon is a C tier Pokemon. It's a water type. You can teach it Surf. It can probably do something useful. Jolteon! Really fast. Almost too... Really fast. Almost overkill speed. And very good special attack of 110. How are the moves? Well, you get Thunder Fang at level 21. That's a physical attack, that's not good. But you probably wouldn't want to evolve immediately into Jolteon anyway, because you're about to go to the desert route, which has a bunch of ground types that you can't even hit. Once you get to Nimbasa City, you can actually pick up the Thunderstone there. And then, once you beat Elisa, you get Volt Switch, which you can make decent use of. Until you get Discharge at 37. And then once you get to Victory Road, you get Thunderbolt. Do you have any moves that aren't electric?
Nope. Tune into ESPN for more Shadow Ball coverage. Really good stats? Pure Electric is a pretty good mono attacking type. There's tons of flyers and fish to fry. But these moves are not enough. If you had an early natural Thunderbolt, I'd be really excited about this thing, but you're Thunder Fanging and Volt Switching and Discharging. The stats are really good. Low B? Once you reach level 37, once it gets electric moves, it's pretty good. Once it gets electric moves, it's pretty good. But it also only has electric moves. What do we say to end this? Is there like a Jolt energy drink? I think there is, right? Or it's called Bolt or something? Or am I making this up? Jolt is a drink. Mountain Dew Voltage. Jolt Cola, it was a thing 20 years ago. Jolt. I'm dying. Pokemon was also good 20 years ago. Good morning, Shared. It must be morning for you. Jolteon, maybe like Boruto? Well, that's enough about Jolteon. If there's one thing it's good at, it's Volt Switching. So let's Volt Switch to the next topic. Booster!
I mean, you guys know the... I mean, you guys know this song and dance, right? I mean, it's the same old song and dance, right? Yeah, that's a lot of attack, 130. 95 special attack? It's the same old song and Dragon Dance every time, right? Oh man, Dragon Dance would be nice. 130 attack, wow, that's really good. 95 special attack? That's really not that bad. 110 special defense. 110 special defense.
Your magic shall not save you.
And 65 speed is too slow. How are the moves? How are the moves, he asked, as if he didn't already know. How are the moves, he asked, languidly, as if he didn't already know. Level 21 Firefang. I can't believe I'm saying this. This is the best we've seen so far. Like, 130 base attack, stab Firefang at level 21, with a Firestone that's in the desert. Like, that's really not that bad. What other moves do you get? Nothing. And he actually was not signed onto an ESPN team. Compared to Jolteon, better moves at the start. You've got Stab Firefang, and you've got Return off of 130 base attack. Unfortunately, it never gets any better than that. No Flare Blitz, and no Flame Charge. Flame Charge would have been perfect for Booster to allow it to boost its very lackluster speed. You will probably eventually switch to using Fire Blast off of your 95 special attack, which is not that bad at all. It's actually kind of okay. I think that Flareon, I will reiterate from the Eeveelution tier list. I think that Flareon is overhated and underrated. Not that I think it's that good. Why did I even bother taking the time to explain all these tierings? The Eeveelutions just ended up right next to each other anyway, like they were before we tiered them. Use Darmanitan? Well, obviously Darmanitan is much better. I think I missed a microtransaction earlier, sorry. $2 microtransaction from Blue Crimson 217. $2 microtransaction from Blue Crimson 217 with... I'm not even gonna say the ideal Flareon moveset, I'm just gonna say the Flareon moveset, because there isn't another one. Wish, Protect, Lava Plume, Toxic. What a nightmare. You don't think Jolteon and Flareon should share a tier? No, I think they're next to each other in this game. Jolteon's moves are so bad. And Jolteon's moves are so bad that for a significant portion of the game, Flareon is actually better in terms of move pool. Let that sink in. You think Venipede is better than Booster? Nah, Booster gets fire attacks. Fire is still a good type. You would lower them both? We truly do live in a cursed timeline where Vaporeon is the second worst Eeveelution in this game. I think C tier probably would actually be... C tier is like on par with B. It's not actually worse. It just has to be here logistically because it's SEAC. But I think most Pokemon that are in the C tier are actually just like equivalent with B. If we need more C's, we might move them down later. Dropping both seems reasonable. Actually, yeah. For forcing myself... I've debased myself. I've debased myself on behalf of the Eeveelutions for the last time. If based is a good thing, then being debased must be a bad thing. Eeveelutions, I am stripping you of your ranks. Dishonorable discharge, learned at level 37. C tier. Feels good to speak ill of these vermin. Puts a smile on my face. What kind of smile? A dangerous one. Any Avowed fans here excited for the upcoming Outer Worlds 2? What a lovable cast of characters. Espeon! It's Espeon! Effie! Dollar Store Alakazam. Great value Alakazam. Same mediocre psychic typing. Same mediocre psychic typing. Same mediocre mono-psychic typing. Fewer stats per serving. But even discount Alakazam actually does have pretty incredible stats. 130 special attack, 110 speed. Excellent. How are the moves? Well, I'm not a psychic type. I didn't see that coming. Level 21 Psybeam. And then level 37 Psychic. That's pretty good. So you gotta make sure to rub your Eevee vigorously and make friends with it before level 21, because you need that Psybeam. Aside from psychic moves, what else do you get? Grass Knot. Grass Knot. And be sure to tune in to ESPN for all the latest Shadow Ball coverage. Espeon, really amazing stats. Espeon, really amazing stats. I would say that its fatal flaw that keeps it out of the truly upper echelons is that it cannot pierce the darkness. Once you get to the end game where you face monsters like me that don't care about your stupid tarot readings and are immune to your psychic shenanigans, you can't do anything. And there's a ton of baddies at the end. And there's a ton of baddies in the end game who are definitely not Eeveelution fans and will just ignore whatever Espeon can do. Tutored Signal Beam, that's so sad. That's so sad. Because a lot of these dark types are also dual types. You can send a distress signal beam to try and call for help, but a lot of these devious dark types are also dual typed. Do you think a neutral signal beam is gonna stop B-Sharp? Do you think a neutral 70 base power signal beam is gonna stop B-Sharp? Do you think it's gonna do anything against Scrafty? Do you really think that a 70 base power non-stab signal beam is gonna bother B-Sharp? Do you think it's gonna stymie Scrafty? Do you think it's gonna dunk on... Do you think it's gonna dunk on Drapion? No. Espeon is hopeless against them. Now, you do have teammates. So having unwinnable fights isn't the end of the world. But if you can't handle... But this dark type... But the dark type dilemma is going to pop up very frequently as you approach the end of the game. Best Eeveelution by far? Best Eeveelution by far. But that only caps out at... I'm gonna say low A. Bottom of A, that is where I put it, right? A for Alakazam. This is an Alakazam, right? A for Alakazam. I gotta take my glasses off. A for Alakazam. A for Alakazam. Is that who we've been talking about? I need my glasses. Nah, it's close enough. Buraki. Buraki, the Umbreon. Strictly defensive Pokemon. Buraki. Strictly defensive Pokemon, so already we are at a massive disadvantage. But it gets even grimmer for Umbreon. You do not want to be a defensive dark type in a game where everyone is trying to up their puppy pummeler MMR. You want to try holding the line against these dark types? You want to try holding the line against these dark types? I'm making the executive decision now. Run for it. Come on, Umbreon, make yourself useful. Buy us some time.
We're finished. No escape for any of us.
Dank! Noob!
At least I picked Torchic.
Tank Noob. Where will you find Buraki? In the darkest of dungeons. The depths of Unova's finest. This thing is useless. I'd kick him from the group, but I don't want to hurt him too bad. He is weak to fighting. Pokemon Blackrock Depths. At least it gives Thorium Brotherhood rep now. Any complaints about Unova's finest Umbreon? I mean, there will be complaints, but like any valid criticisms of it, I don't think so. This is a very, very bad game to be a defensive dark type. You can't do anything. Completely useless. Umbreon above Purloin? No, Purloin's faster. And more available. Is Foul Play worth mentioning? No, I don't think so. Lower than Trubbish? Yeah, lower than Trubbish. I think it is lower than Trubbish. Like, think about who you're actually using Foul Play against. If you're using it as your dark attacking move against one of those psychic nerds, the psychic nerds have There's Dragon type outrage. There's Dragon type outrage over Umbreon's low placement, as there always is when you speak candidly about how mediocre to bad the Eeveelutions are. There's some Dragon type outrage about Umbreon's poor placement, and Fairy's not in the game, so I'm not immune to hearing this screeching. And Fairies aren't in the game, so I'm not immune to these cries for justice. The active ingredient of this strain of copium is Foul Play. Foul Play is a very strong move. It's a 95 base power dark type move that uses your opponent's attack stat instead of your own. This is almost always an upgrade for Umbreon because Umbreon's own attack stat is very poor. What are you actually using Foul Play against? If you're using it against one of the psychic type nerds, they work out at the library. They don't have any muscles that can be turned against them. It's not going to do that much damage. The Pokemon that have really good attack stats to be reversed are the fighting types. You need to get out of there. Don't cry foul when they punch you in the face and one-hit KO you. They're just playing by the rules of the game. The strong survive, and the weak cower in the lower tiers. That's all I have to say about Umbreon. I think Manimon should be lower, and Umbreon's placement is correct. Trying to let's see here. What was controversial? These were all pretty set in stone. Some people are saying that, well, no arguments here. Not really any arguments about Magnezone either. Lucario people were saying are maybe lower, but I think it's S. Nobody really argued about Timber or any of these, I don't think. Some people say Lillipup should be higher. No, it's a normal type. Azurill, I think some people should be higher, but I think it's way too slow. Not really any arguments about this. Tons of arguments over Pidove. The Unfezant Uprising was probably the most active. But it's just a return bot. Stab return with decent stats immediately. This is B. I don't think it's that good. Remember that B is average. Rock'n'Rolla, really great physical stats, but way too slow, so you take a ton of damage. Lilligant is good, but like really reliant on hitting an RNG sleep powder, and then everything resists its moves, so you basically have to boost, which is not good. C tier, I don't think very controversial. They're water types. There was disagreement about these two being too high, which we then dropped. Scolipede, actually pretty good stats, but horrific offensive typing. Steelix actually kind of okay, just really, really, really slow and mediocre attack, and no Earthquake. Natural Earthquake would have been really nice. Basically, all of these Pokemon are just normal return spam garbage, but they do it worse than Pidove. And DOGARS is part of the Tri-Farce down here, or the Tri-Fart. But it has Levitate, so it gets to be one above, because it actually is very defensive. Swoobant, totally useless. But it is fast, so you can eventually Psychic something, maybe, if they're not a Dark type that just kills you. Sewaddle, okay stats. Worst typing in the entire franchise. Snivy, setting records as the very first starter to actually be in the lowest tier, which we explained in excruciating detail. There was even a PowerPoint about it. This thing is unacceptable. And it is being penalized for being a starter, which means you don't get the other two. It is so bad. I cannot think of a single reason why you would pick this thing. You could think of it this way. If Snivy was not a starter, where would you put it? You'd put it here. It's terrible. It was B in the Black and White 1 list. It's better in Black and White 1. because the gyms are different. Black and White 2 shifts the order of the gyms around, and you are completely useless for 2 and 3, which is really important. You feel like it should have been lower in Black and White 1, though? I would agree with that. I would maybe even lower it there. It's not amazing in Black and White 1, but it's not totally useless in the beginning. Clay? Clay has steel types as well. So Grass like isn't even good. Snivy is 100% better in Black and White 2 than Black and White 1. You're biased, though. I read the PowerPoint. Snivy is also completely useless in the vast majority of trainer battles. Because they all have flyers. You can't do anything. Grimer and Trubbish just trash can defensive poison types, literally in the case of Trubbish. And Purloin just has no offensive potential whatsoever. You get Pursuit as your only move for like 40 levels. Why is Snivy getting penalized for opportunity cost when no other starter has ever been penalized like that in any other list? We have penalized starters for depriving you of the others. The thing is that in most cases, the starters are about equivalent. Grass is always the worst choice, aside from Gen 1, where Fire is the worst choice. But usually, when you take the starter, you're losing out by like 1 or 2 tiers of viability, maybe. When you pick Snivy, you are losing. Was Chikorita this low as well? No, Chikorita, we gave it, I think, a B. Chikorita is in a much easier game. And Chikorita has better moves, which is crazy, because Chikorita's moves are terrible. And in Gen 2 at least, it has stat XP, which makes all of your Pokemon way stronger. The Sinnoh starters were specifically not penalized for that in your list, despite that being the single highest opportunity cost in the series. I conceded at the end of the Snivy review, right? The accusation was either Turtwig is too high, or Snivy should be higher. And I said of the two, if I had to make a choice, I would lower Turtwig. Turtwig is way better than Snivy. And Turtwig's not even good! I think we've already dealt with this. We did say at the end of Snivy. That I would concede that Turtwig should be lower. Also, Sinnoh is easier, yes. Black and White 2 is one of the hardest games in the series. Of course, it's still very easy, but Turtwig also has to compete with Roserade. I got bad news for Snivy fans. Snivy where is it? also has to compete with Roserade. What's the hardest then? Probably Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. I'd say it's like a little bit harder. Grass starters get their moment in the newer gens. A lot of the newer grass starters are fine. Like, they're still the worst of the trio every single time, but they're no longer a joke. Like, I think you can say that Meowscarada is the worst, but it's still one of the best Pokemon in the game. It's just not as good as the other starters, which are completely busted. Meowscarada is probably the best Gen 9. Have you seen the other two? We're talking about in-game, by the way. Like, you can't compete with Choice Scarf, Torch Song. All of the grass types are really handicapped by their shared trait of being grass. Grass is ass. I'm not saying it's fair. I'm saying it's true. Surely Rowlet wasn't that bad? No, Rowlet was okay. It's worse than the other two, but it's okay. But I think we're done with the Snivy Scuffles, or the Snivy Schism, that was it. I concede that if you were to normalize all of the ranking criteria, then Turtwig should be lower. So you can blame Snivy for making Turtwig retroactively worse. I think that Snivy is this bad. Poison types, I don't think anybody's arguing for these. Purloin has a really, really, really bad stab options and doesn't have amazing stats. Umbreon, completely useless. Doesn't do anything but stand there and get punched for super effective damage. Skitty, also completely useless. Some of the worst stats you've seen in your entire life. Cottony, perfect moveset for annoying things. Completely useless at actually killing opponents, which is what you want to do. It's a Sunkern. Nobody has ever come to the defense of this thing, so I don't even have to justify it. Yikes, look at all the grass types we ranked so far. Lilligant, begrudgingly in B. Sawaddle, Snivy, Cottony, Sunkern, all in the bottom. Oh boy. Call a landscaper. What makes the little bug critter so bad? The typing. The typing is unacceptable. Having reviewed, can Ferroseed save the typing? Spoilers, I'm putting Ferrothorn in D. No, it can't. So having reviewed all of the rankings today, I don't think I'm changing my mind on any of them. I'm pretty happy with all of these. Darmanitan. For this review, let's keep it simple and return to Monkey. Looking for an intellectual human review? Monkey See, Monkey Smash. Press your physical fire move. Win the game. Only thing that bars Darmanitan, Sheer Force's hidden ability, yeah. Only thing that bars Darmanitan from the Sacred Realm is it's not dexterous enough to actually wield the Triforce of Power. I'm saying that Darumaka is kind of annoying. Darumaka is a victim of hustle culture, so you'll miss part of the time and you can't really do anything. No dual type is normally a downside, but when you kill everything anyway with your one stab type, dual type is not too much of a downside. Oh, did I say Sheer Force was hidden? No, Zen is hidden, right? No, Sheer Force is standard. Ah, there we go. You might say that this has fake bulk in the way. You might say that this Pokemon, you might say that Darmanitan has fake bulk the way that Emboar does. But don't be deceived, this has fake bulk. Embor's fake bulk is an issue because Embor is super tubby, and it gets smacked and dies. Darmanitan is fast enough to do the smacking, and it's the enemy that does the dying. You will never get hit. This 105 HP is just a buffer for Flare Blitz recoil. Level 35 from Darumaka. Unfortunately, you are a prisoner of hustle culture. All the way up to level 35. Stop listening to those YouTube gurus. You don't need to hustle. Oh. Missing is really annoying, really bad. But once you go full Monkey Mania mode, hustle changes to... Sheer Force. Sheer Force has... Sheer Force. Sheer Force removes secondary effects from your moves. An example of a secondary effect would be a burn chance on your Fire Punch. So your Fire Punch no longer has a 15% chance to inflict the enemy with burn. In exchange, it inflicts the enemy with dead, so I would say that's overall an upgrade. €5 microtransaction from JammyMan7085, who says, did I say euro? I meant British pound. Doesn't change ranking, but 1% chance ends level 30 Darmanitan before Gym 4 is worth discussion. Shame it's Zen mode only. Oh, Zen mode is way worse. How early do we get Fire Punch? This is not Darumaka. .50 speed, 90 attack as Gen 5. Oh, it starts with Fire Punch. It's level 22, which is about when you catch it.
Oh, you guys can see the list. So Fire Punch level 22. So basically, you always have Fire Punch. Extra Drill takes way longer to achieve full power? No, it's like level 36 Earthquake. It's about the same. What am I looking for? I found it. Level 33 if you delay the Evo 2 levels. Isn't that Earthquake for... That's Earthquake for Drillbur, right? I'd rather have a Bouffalon take a diarrhea dump in my ear than use Bouffalon. I'd rather eat the rotten droppings of a roadkill Skuntank and then drown it with lemonade. Is Sheer Force interacting with Life Orb not worth mentioning? You don't have a Life Orb, right? You have to do Battle Subway grinding for that? I don't think anybody's going to do that. He's the angriest trainer you've ever known. It is possible to get Zen mode. It is possible to get Zen mode Darmanitan, right? You shouldn't, but... There's no point in grinding for a Life Orb when you already one-shot everything anyway. Do we even talk about Zen mode? I think Zen mode is obtainable, right? It's just not worth obtaining. We can mention Zen mode Darmanitan, which is obtainable. We can mention Zen mode Darmanitan, which is the hidden ability, but it is obtainable. Zen mode does nothing until you drop below half HP. At which point, you enter Zen mode, tame the rage within you, and you swap into this weird defensive form that is now a special attacker. Couple issues with this. You gain a secondary psychic type, which is normally good, but it's probably bad in this game because now you will be preyed upon by the darkness. Are you going to be running both physical fire moves for your normal form and then special moves, including a psychic one for when you swap forms? And then
you can't really control the transformation. It also depends on surviving a hit when your defenses suck and you probably die anyway. All of this makes my head hurt. Just monkey see, monkey smash. Question that has been asked frequently. Question that has been asked frequently by the chatters. Why isn't Darmanitan in the Sacred Realm? Question that has been asked frequently by the chat. Why isn't Darmanitan eligible to enter the Sacred Realm? Well, in my opinion... Hey! Get your hands off the Triforce, you damn dirty ape!
If you want something done right, leave it to a human.
So myself and Krookodile are up here because we're rule breakers, okay? Krookodile gets free boosts. Krookodile gets free boosts by eating noobs on the enemy team. And then you sweep everything else. Krookodile has really good starting attack. And it can dance with some swords to kill everything if it has to. Darmanitan can't boost at all. Now it is stronger than these two baseline. But there are some things it can't just flare blitz through. Any of the various rock type sturdies, they will actually beat you because you can't knock them out, and they will knock you out. Even if you had a boosting move, you probably can't use it because your defenses are absolutely atrocious. Your defense is that the enemy is dead. If they're not dead, you're about to take a ton of damage and probably die. Darmanitan also is very bad at dragon slaying. Darmanitan is also very bad at dragon slaying. Some of the strongest trainers in the game, the dragon type gym leader, and eventually the champion, they specialize in dragons and you don't really have good ways to hit them. Whereas both of the others in the Sacred Realm have their stab earthquakes they can use. Whereas Darmanitan's super strong, normally overkill fire moves aren't quite strong enough to pierce their hides. I'm expending a lot of effort to defend this. it's still one of the best Pokemon in the game. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying it's very, very, very good. I'm just saying it doesn't quite cheat the same way these two, where they can win actually everything. Except Sock. Give it a SR. I don't know what that means. Sock on? Where's sock off? That's the follow-up, right? Oh, Sacred Realm. We don't have enough Triforce pieces. The last one is reserved. Darmanitan's also bad in the water routes that are in... Darmanitan's also pretty bad in the water routes that are late game. Not because he's weak to water, but because his fire moves don't work on them. Top of S? Sure. Yeah, we can put it top of S. I'm fine with that. We just need to say something to get past Magnezone. Yeah, we can appoint him the Gate Guardian. He has an important job. Move Darn to A. How does it beat Basculin? They're saying Choice Band Adaptability Waterfall one-shots the monkey? I mean, probably. As a concession to the monkey maniacs, we'll go ahead and promote... As a concession to the monkey maniacs, we'll go ahead and promote Darmanitan to a very important position. The guardian of the entrance to the sacred realm. Now, Darmanitan, stand vigil. Anything comes near, you kill it. You're good at that. Darmanitan, the ultimate gatekeeper. Darmanitan guarding the sacred realm versus Cerberus guarding the underworld. Who would win? With Darmanitan guarding the gates, nobody will pass. Well, one more is gonna pass. Alright, I think that's it for today. Are people happy enough with Darmanitan as the ultimate in ordinary? The highest of those who cannot themselves enter and trespass upon the realm of the gods. You think you know the third member of the sacred realm? Who could it be? Is it one of these randos with a normal icon? Or is it the one that has the most effort put into their custom icon? Well, there's only a couple of candidates it could be, right? Considering who's left. Obviously, Drudagon. He'll charge right into the sacred realm. Nah, turns out he's not on the list. Rebuffed. Gate kept. I'm glad people were able to pick up that this is Drudagon. Don't recognize this character? It's from the hit game Concord. With tons of memorable designs.
Medic!
I need healing. I need healing.
Urgent care. I need healing from Daw, my favorite Concord character. What's this music? It's the last track in Fire Emblem Lo-Fi Mix 3. This is a version of the final theme of, I think, Verdant Winds from Three Houses. I think it's called God Slaying Star? Is the actual track, but the actual track is not nearly as calm as this. Oh no. No, it was that. Yeah, it was that. Alright, so 10 hours is, I think, where we're going to be calling it for now. Can I have access to your repository of Cheems, Chad, Swole Doge edits? They're all in the Discord, link in the description. You'll also find a link to an altar where you can worship our Patreon saint.
Yeah! Hey! Krookodile here from Crook's Crusaders. Sorry for barging in, but this is important. Have you heard of our Patreon saint? If you'd like to prove your devotion to our Patreon saint, you can do so with the link in the description. You don't think so? Or maybe you just need some convincing. Come here!
Thank you to the mighty Patreons for supporting our operation here. do I make them myself? Initially I did. Some of these were made by me. I think this one is. Buraki was. But I've since been usurped by members of the YTC Institute. I made Dunsparce as well, but I don't think I made the others that are here. I did make Magnezone. I can say that I was the first, but I don't think I can say that I am the best. I have been surpassed. Alright. I think that's it for today, so... Cheese is the Ken Sugimori of Cheems edits? I don't think that's fair. Ken Sugimori has way more talent than me. I think we decided we're going to do part 2 probably next week. So I guess in between then and now, I could go ahead and start chopping today's footage together. It's gonna take a long time. But we got all of the rules out of the way, and the rules take a very long time. So I'm confident we can finish this next time. Can you get 99 woodcutting by chopping footage? I already have 99 woodcutting. I have the time for Strat Undead if you want. Yeah, sure. Let's run Strat Undead. I have to do Skullomance too. I don't think there's anything I forgot. So last thing before we conclude today's sermon. We need a thumbnail for next time. So what should the theme of our thumbnail be? Who's starring in the second seminar? So we're starting with Braviary and Mandibuzz. Sock and Throw as Bird and Ernie? No, we want people to actually click on it, so no. We have to use appealing characters, okay? Thumbnail is just a weeping Snivy. We already talked about Snivy today, so... Maybe a late Evomon taking rare candies. Olgamoth doing the Solaire pose. I actually don't think Olgamoth is that good. That is a good idea. But it's also not, like, human enough to praise. Put all-American imagery for Braviary. So who's left? Just put Haxorus. Krookodile is King K. Rool because no one's gonna dethrone. Well, we already did that though, right?
Ah, Professor. I have something to ask of you.
Meditating with the Zen mode monks at the temple? I don't want to go to Zen mode, though. Unova is New York, so why not have it be an all-American BBQ? Could be Olgamoth burning the region down, and then it's saying, like, summer BBQ. That could work.
Plane has been through an awful lot this past month. To make up for that, I have decided to hold a fishing tournament.
That could work. Put a lot of fire in the thumbnail as well. That would be okay. Alright, so you're invited to Olgamoth's All-American Barbecue. What are we cooking? All of our enemies. Are we inviting Sigurd? Oh, he's the guest of honor. I don't think Olgamoth is that good, by the way. The moves are really, really bad. When I say I don't think it's that good, I mean like high A, low S. I do still think it's very good. You thought Olgamoth prohibits social gatherings? Well, just don't crowd around the grill. I'll explain it again next time, but the reason why I have to keep saying Olgamoth instead of the English name is if I say the English name, the video is going to get flagged as misinformation about the pandemic because Olgamoth's English name contains the word for a certain worldwide plague. So that's why I can't say it. I have actually gotten streams with restricted monetization because I used the English name. So that's why I keep saying Olgamoth. I can call it Pyrax as well. Is that the French name? That stuff happened 5 years ago. Let it go. Are you talking to me or to YouTube? To YouTube, yeah, okay. I'm not taking any chances, so I'm Team Olgamoth. It's probably fine at this point, but I just don't want to risk it. We've got plenty of fuel. We've got plenty of fuel for next week's barbecue. Alright, so you're all invited to next week's all Unovan summer barbecue with Chef Olgamoth. Thank you everybody for joining today. Hope you enjoyed. I think we made pretty good progress considering that there is a whole lot to talk about in this game. We did all of the sort of boring technical stuff that we had to do at the beginning, and then we're gonna be kicking off next week's barbecue right in the thick of things with Braviary. We'll probably start with a brief recap of the criteria, but then we'll just go ahead and just start ranking things. Start time to be decided, but I'll post it fairly soon, probably tomorrow morning. Trying to think, did I forget anything I wanted to show today? I don't think so. For Darman, did we talk about the level 35 Zen mode one? We did talk about how Zen mode is bad. can get it first time in the desert, over-leveled, and super early. Zen mode is so bad, though. Like, Zen mode is defeatist plus, or defeatist minus. Whatever makes it worse. I'm not sure if defeatist plus is more of a nerf or defeatist minus, but either way, it's really, really bad. Perhaps even worse than it being Zen mode is that it's not sheer force, right? So it's 2 huge nerfs. Okay. Any last words from anyone for today? Pet. I like Flareon. I think we conclude today. I'm looking for it. Can we make a Loamy soil tier under finest just for Sunkern? It needs to grow. No amount of growth could save this thing. No memes today? There's no spreadsheet, no. We're doing all the discussion here. Alright. If anyone has any complaints about how we conducted today's sermon, please feel free to come up on stage and share your thoughts. And I'll make sure the entire congregation hears your feedback. For the rest of you, I'll see you next week at the All Unovan Barbecue. Thanks for joining, and I hope to see you next week.
A heartfelt thanks to all interns who attended today's sermon. I hope you found it both entertaining and edifying. I'm gonna let RNGesus take the wheel. Lucky randomly selected intern, please give your thoughts on today's sermon to the rest of the congregation.
In these hallowed halls, I cannot tell a lie. I wasn't really watching, I just had the sermon in the background during my work day. My only criticism, and one that I've heard echoed by other viewers, is that maybe there are too many graphics.
Any last words, heretic?
When you cut out a man's tongue, you are not proving him a liar, only showing the world that you fear what he might have to say.
I expect to see you all in the next stream. Sponsored by steak.com.